practicing physical distancing, and all of the councillors are participating electronically. In an attempt to speed things up, we have assigned a mover and a seconder, and I will read these out. I will then state the result of the vote. I'd like to start this meeting with a statement. I'd like to acknowledge that systemic racism exists, and we stand in solidarity against it. Opportunity for change and a call for action. Listening to Black and Indigenous community people, Council spoke with one voice on inward-facing initiatives such as an internal census and anti-racism training, and outwardly facing with the community for the formation of an anti-racism secretariat to report to Council. The Chair's Roundtable in July will launch an initiative to involve the community. I would now ask on the clerk to do a roll call.
Councillor Armstrong.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Galloway.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Jaworski.
Present.
Councillor Jowett.
Present.
Councillor Kiefer.
Present.
Councillor Rentz. Councillor McGarry.
Present.
Councillor Nowak.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Here.
Councillor Strickland.
Here.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Present.
And Chair Redman.
Present.
All members present.
Thank you very much. We will now start a vote on moving into open session. This motion is moved by Councillor Foxton and seconded by Councillor Galloway. I would ask councillors to please use their yes or no buttons. That motion is carried. We are now reconvened into open session. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Actively declaring a pecuniary interest in the anticipated discussion on community mask usage in other business due to a household member being a proprietor of a non-medical mask making and marketing business.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, dealing with item 4, Committee of the Whole, as the property is 645 Westmount Road East, and I am the property manager there.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Duly noted. So our first item of business is a very pleasant one. I'd like to welcome Kelly Smith, President, Friends of Waterloo Regional Museum. This should be the Ken Sealing Waterloo Regional Museum, I think. Kelly, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
There we go. Okay, great. Yeah, it's we haven't changed our name yet officially.
Oh.
So I'm Kelly Smith. I'm the president of the Friends of Waterloo Region Museum. We're very pleased to come before Regional Council tonight. Our Friends group began in 1956 when we built the Doom Pioneer Village on the site that perhaps some of you visited as children. The Regional Municipality of Waterloo took ownership of the site in 1983, and we are very grateful to the region for their unwavering support of the region's history, and that's a passion that we share. In this unprecedented year, the museum will reopen on July 2nd in a safe way so that visitors can experience the Mandela Struggle for Freedom exhibit and the beautiful Dune Heritage Village. And the staff are currently busy gathering and documenting stories, artifacts, art, photos of this pandemic period. So they're actually making history even as we speak. So our group fundraises in order to enhance the programming and to augment the region's budget and to ensure that history comes to life on the site. I've got a slide. If this works, great. If it doesn't, I'll just speak past it. So let's see if you're able to see that. Did that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks great.
We did a little impact statement. In the past 20 years, including this evening's donation, the Friends of Waterloo Region Museum has donated over $360,000 to the region, and almost $100,000 of that is in the last 5 years alone. $255,000 for enhancements to capital projects on site, about $80,000 for costuming for staff and volunteers. We've donated about $14,000 just over to virtual and innovative programming, and $13,000 to help bring world-class exhibits to the museum. And today, I'll stop sharing there. Today we are presenting you with 3 donations, which total $20,000, which is $5,000 for costuming, $5,000 to support the restoration work that's currently being done on the Serreris House, and $10,000 for the virtual programming, which has become even more crucial in today's COVID-19 environment, so we can bring programming safely to the residents of Waterloo Region. And also included in this donation is a 1914 bicycle, just to help bring history to life even more in the village. Usually I get to hand you a check, but today you'll have to trust me that the check is definitely in the mail for $20,000.
Well, Kelly, I want to thank you so much on behalf of the 600,000 residents of Waterloo Region and all of the visitors. You are an amazing group of people, and I know a lot of you do volunteer work on top of all of this, but you really invest in very strategic ways in the Waterloo Regional Museum, or the Ken Sealing Waterloo Regional Museum, as the rest of us call it, although you haven't changed your name. It is outstanding to think of the accumulated difference that you've made, not to mention the absolute love and support that you have for this experience. The Mandela presentation, if anybody hasn't seen it, I highly recommend it. And Kelly, I'm sure you're not on staff, but you should do, because you did a great PR job and you mentioned all the high points. So well done. Thank you for this generous donation.
Thank you.
And we do take e-transfers just to keep with the whole virtual.
I'll talk to our treasurer. Okay.
Thank you again on behalf of everyone. That's outstanding.
Thank you.
So we have further delegations today. The first delegation is Fanis Juma, Core Organizer, Black Lives Matter, Waterloo Region. Board Member, African Community Wellness Initiative. And Eva Mpofu, Practitioner, Black Lives Matter, WR Organizer, and African Community Wellness Initiative. Welcome, and you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear us? Hear me okay? All right. So my name is Fanis Juma, and I'm a registered social worker. I'm an organizer with Black Lives Matter Waterloo Region, and I'm a practitioner with the African Community Wellness Initiative. And I'm part of the delegation here today to respond to the Black Lives Matter motion that was raised last week by Chair Redman. And I'll be presenting alongside with my co-presenters, who will introduce themselves. So on June 16th, we received communication about a Black Lives Matter motion that Chair Redman was bringing to the council meeting a few hours later. Black Lives Matter Waterloo Region organizers did not have enough time to review, contribute, consult, inform, or respond to the motion meaningfully. So we have reviewed Chair Karen Redman's motion, and our delegation today includes Black Lives Matter organizers and an elder and practitioners from the African Community Wellness Initiative, which leads several wellness-focused research initiatives and programs in the region. It is pertinent to note that this delegation includes and represents Black practitioners and researchers in areas of social determinants of health, education, and mental health of Black youth, as well as decades of practice with Black populations in this local community. The Black Lives Matter motion that was brought up last week was a start to an important conversation that needs to happen at the regional council level. However, it is the position of Black Lives Matter Waterloo Region that the content of the motion and the council's approach to issues of concern to the Black community and our allies at this point are inadequate. The motion fails to address the urgency and gravity of the issues for which thousands marched in the KW Solidarity March for Black Lives Matter on June 3rd. Prior to the march, a set of demands were collectively developed by Black-led community groups and BLM organizers and were reiterated in hundreds of letters that community members have sent to regional councillors in the past few weeks, amplifying our demands, which I now reiterate. The demands included an end to the Waterloo Region Police Services programs that negatively impact our youth and neighborhoods, including the Community Outreach Program and the School Resource Officer Program. Investments in social support equity initiatives, including increased access for our over-policed communities to affordable housing, harm reduction, accessible rehabilitation, conflict resolution, reintegration services, and other vital community-based support systems. Investment in community-led, including Black community-led health and safety initiatives. And finally, a call to defund and reallocate Waterloo Region Police Services and precedented budget increases in the past 3 years that amount to $29.3 million. In the past few weeks, we have observed some positive responses as the Waterloo Region District School Board decided to suspend the School Resource Officer Program and to begin a review of the program this fall by considering the voices of students and communities impacted by the presence of armed police in schools. This week, Kitchener City Council voted to put the Waterloo Region Police Services Community Outreach Program under review. What we are yet to see is responsive action from the Regional Council that reflects community concerns around the impact of increased budget investment in policing on our communities. So Chair Redman's motion did not speak to this core issue that is at the center of the Black Lives Matter movement. A motion should not be brought up in the name of our movement without us or without addressing issues that focus on our movement. Anything less sustains an ongoing legacy of systemic anti-Blackness in regional and elected official engagement of local Black communities, where our activism and our labor and our intellect is co-opted by processes that fail to serve or address issues that impact our lives. And I'll give it over to my colleague Eve to share a little bit more.
Welcome, Eve.
Thank you very much. Actually give that part to Funke.
Welcome, Funke.
Oh, Funke, you're
on mute.
You're mute.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, good evening, everybody. This is Dr. Funke Oba. I am a professor at Ryerson University. I schooled here in Waterloo region, did my MSW and PhD at Wilfrid Laurier University. And I have been involved in this community in the past 2 decades. The issue of policing as a response to health and social crises in our communities has informed a call to defund the police, a call that is taking place in cities across North America and in multiple Ontario urban centers. Our communities are disproportionately impacted when police are used as the first line of response for communities in crisis. As longtime practitioners, we have had to work alongside families who have lost their children in the aftermath of police and criminal justice responses to their mental health and social needs rather than health and social supports far too many times. Ample research evidence exists showing how criminalization of Black youth mental health or substance use leads to increases in youth violence that claims lives. We recognize that the Black Lives Matter motion of last week did include the funding of Black-led services and social services for our communities, which is actually long overdue. Black-led services must be included in regional and municipal budgets. Our voices have long been left out of the conversation. We're not at the table. And policies or service deliveries have been designed for, not with us. This is what we hear from the youth in the research that I have been conducting for years in the community. That motion, therefore, does not begin to move the needle or reflect the urgency of this moment, which other elected officials in Ontario are actually recognizing. This motion, to us, centered internal processes of our predominantly white elected officials, calling for reflection and diversity training. Mind you, that must, of course, be an ongoing culture in our institutional, professional, and practice and governance journeys. That it took all of what is happening to recognize the need for training is unfortunate, but it's a good start. But that cannot be the focus. The expertise of local Black anti-racist practitioners and organizations that have been tied to these communities over the years need to be included in shaping the cultures of these public institutions that purport to serve us, such as this region. But while this region plays catch-up with the learning and reflection it ought to have been doing anyway, our youth who face daily, unrelenting, insidious trauma caused by racism in this region, in the schools, on the streets, they cannot wait. Our youth cannot wait on reflective purposes that are at best performative. They require tangible actions. Thousands of people that marched with us a few weeks ago did not march and write letters so that the region of Waterloo's leadership can carry on with business as usual. This is a time for action, and it must include: 1, the Regional Council supports communities' calls to reallocate policing dollars towards social services. That a Black Lives Matter motion that includes that the Regional Council will put in place a plan, will articulate a plan to address the impact of policing as a response to social and health crises in Black communities. That any community consultation process must be informed by existing Black-led research evidence and must be in partnership with local Black researchers and practitioners with expertise in race-based research and Black Afrocentric community-based, community-affirming models and protocols. So it must center the needs of the Black community if this motion is about Black lives truly matter.
Thank you so much, Funke. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Eve Mpofu. I'm one of the organizers with Black Lives Matter Waterloo region, and I'm also a qualifying registered psychotherapist and mental health clinician with the African Community Wellness Initiative. So as Black Lives Matter organizers and also Black social and mental health practitioners and educators, we believe in proactive evidence-informed social, educational, and healthcare strategies. Research does not support policing mental health and social crisis or discriminatory schooling practices in the region. Yesterday, Canada's largest mental health teaching hospital, the Centre for Addictions and Mental Health, delivered the following statement that we believe is important to note. They said, recent events have exposed tragic outcomes that can occur when people with mental illness experience a crisis in the community and are unable to get the care that they need. Racism and anti-Black racism compound these crises. ChemH, along with mental health system partners, has been advocating for years for measures to improve crisis care. It's clear that we need a new way forward. Mental health is health. This means that people experiencing a mental health crisis need health care. Police should not be the first responders when people are in crisis in the community. Police are not trained in crisis care and should not be expected to lead in this important work. That is why ChemH is calling for a new direction in crisis care. This includes learning from international models where people in crisis are first met by mental health responders, making strategic investments in community mental health, and intervening earlier to prevent crisis escalation. For too long, the healthcare system has relied on police to respond to mental health crises in the community. Transformative is needed to support a new way forward, and people with mental health illness and their families deserve better. I'm going to give it back to Fanis, Juma. Thank you very much.
So in closing, our delegation here today is calling on this council to consider the voices of professionals, to consider the science and the young lives already lost. Unfortunately, among us here, among the practitioners delivering this delegation, we have had to walk alongside families who have lost children as a response to as a outcome of being system involved rather than accessing services. Since our march on June 3rd, we have already had multiple deaths in Canadian cities of Black, Indigenous, and people of color seeking help that have ended up being killed by police. Chair Karen Redman's motion called for a roundtable for our Black community members to share experiences that demonstrate and for our Black community members to share experiences. And this demonstrates some failure of elected officials to understand the inherent anti-Blackness of systemic racism, of not considering existing body of ethically conducted Black-led research and evidence in the Waterloo region and across Ontario. Black and Indigenous communities are called upon time and time again to revisit our trauma publicly, to disclose that our children, for example, had a mental health issue. So a family would need to disclose that, and that they ended up in the justice system, and then they were killed. To disclose that there were experiences of domestic violence, and then they called somebody called the police and experienced brutality or a revictimization. Families have had to disclose in public forums that their child was experiencing educational barriers and ended up taken into care or pushed out of school and into the school to prison pipeline. We don't want any more business as usual. We want you to engage our communities in ways that respect our dignity and our culturally informed research methodologies, where stories are collected in safe settings in partnership with Black researchers who build trust in those who share their stories, not for their uncritical white gaze, but rather create ingredients for social change. Regional councillors must do their reflection sooner or later, but we're fighting for our lives and for our children's lives. We will rally our allies and continue to march for our children. We're writing letters so our children can live, and call you to join us through actions that affirm that Black lives truly matter in the Waterloo region. Thank you.
So Fanis, Eve, and Funke, I want to thank you for being so articulate and thoughtful. And as much as I brought the motion forward, we spoke with one voice. So council is committed to action, and I want you to know that. I have some questioners. If you'll take questions, first is Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair Redman. Ladies, thank you so much for coming and enlightening us, because we need enlightenment. I sit in a tough situation because you asked for funding to be cut from policing, And I'm in a community that has very little policing. And because we're in a township that centers on the north, the 401, we have a lot of break and enters, people coming off the 401 in their vehicles and stealing from our homes and our businesses and then jumping back on the 401, almost untraceable. So my people are saying we don't want less policing, but I think we're talking two different things. I think you want the right type of policing and you want the right type of social programs that assist you, but I could be wrong again. What we really need is your information. We need your dialogue. You're talking at such a high level right now that I need you to tell me specifically what, number one, stage by stage, what should we do? How should we do it? And not here and now, but with Chair Redman, because she's totally with you guys. She totally wants to make this work. I'm going to state my age here. I was raised in the 60s. I was raised with JFK, Martin Luther King Jr., Bobby Kennedy, all fighting for civil rights. I thought this wouldn't exist by now. I thought it would be done. We were supposed to be done. I thought I would have to teach my children what racism was because it only existed in the history books. And it breaks my heart that it doesn't just exist in history. Ladies, work with us. It's time. We've got this great opportunity to change this. Let's do it. And Chair Redman is the lead. And I hope you'll use her ability and we will follow with you if you'll allow us to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton said that so very well. Thank you for presenting tonight. And I mean, I'm not. I don't have the lived experience. I don't excuse me, live in your space, and so I know that I can't speak for you. But we need to find ways to help you speak with us so that we can do our programming together. Excuse me. You've said that we aren't doing that in the right way. So I hope that you can tell me how we can do that better. And I guess if we took that money out of the police services, and I agree, we've called on our police to solve problems that should have been solved by other social agencies, by people that were trained differently. We certainly have, and we need to look at how to fix that. But where would you put that money?
Thank you. Fanis, Eve, Funke, does anyone want to speak to that specifically, or is that somewhat rhetorical? Fanis?
Sure. So do you want us to respond to everything that's been asked so far, or are we waiting for any other questions?
Those are the ones that I have indicated.
Okay.
So if you'd like to respond, please do.
Yes. So when we talk about the issue of defunding the police, and when we talk about the issue of reallocating dollars to, and we've listed, I think we can certainly provide that list that included the various social services and equitable services that impact our communities, that respond to mental health crisis and social crisis. I think those are available publicly, but we can certainly send those. But when we discuss these issues, we are doing so with the understanding that policing as it exists has a disproportionate impact on local Black communities. So that in itself is sufficient. The fact that our communities, as policing grows, or as policing is used as a first line response for social crisis and health crisis, that Black communities feel that impact in ways that white middle class communities do not, is the starting point and the center of the conversation. That's enough of a crisis to respond to. And that is enough of a crisis to say things must change. It is not that every other piece has to be resolved before we start to save Black lives. So we do recognize that there's an ongoing conversation about what does public safety look like that does not require the suffering and the death of Black people. So and that is an ongoing conversation. Those are not a list of answers that I can provide to you right here, but we need to make room for that process, because there's people doing that work who have designed public safety models that do not require our death. Those do exist, right? So I think that's very important in terms of an anti-racist approach, because it's very often that folks will say, well, what will happen to the person who's breaking, somebody broke into my car or something. But that is to decenter the main focus that people are suffering, children, we've had youth that are dying through police-produced violence right now. And then we can talk about what the models that are out there that do exist. But what we're doing right now is not working, increasingly leaning on policing. So I don't know if somebody has something to add or that.
Yes, I would like to add.
Funke?
I would like to add to that. When we remove police from the schools, there's a lot that money can be used for in the schools. Police do not belong in centers of learning. You don't learn to read when a lion is chasing you. It's hard to learn to read when you're running from a lion. That's the way our children feel right now when they have to walk into schools under heavy surveillance, when they're patrolled and stopped and profiled 4 to 5 times more than their white peers in our streets in Waterloo region. That was the latest statistics that was released by the police in 2016. We've had lots of deaths in Victoria Park of Black youth. Victoria Park has become a place that is synonymous with Black youth being killed. A young man with polio was attacked there a few years ago, and his crutches were used to brutally attack him. He wasn't jumping off the 401, breaking into homes. If they're out from outside our community, that's not why we have the police in our schools. Who gets reported more to those police officers? Who gets searched more? Who gets the harshest treatments? Who gets to feel that they do not belong in the school system? Who gets pushed into the school to jail pipeline? Who then gets to further have a record, and it just goes on and on. We do not want policing to be a way out of addressing inequities. We can't police our way out of inequitable outcomes for people. And we are not surprised that what was happening in the 60s, I also grew up in that what was happening in the 60s is still around, because the thinking that informed racism has not gone anywhere. So the things we see, the lynching, the deaths, the microaggressions, the things that we see all around us, the fact that this profiling and so on continues more in our communities, the fact that Black youth could be in your community, Councillor Foxton, and they will be challenged. Even if their parents live in that community, they will be considered not worthy to belong in that community because there's been break-ins. It doesn't matter if their parents just bought a home there. It doesn't matter if they have a right to be there for whatever reason, because there's been some break-ins under the guise of public safety, that they could be challenged, they could be killed, anything could happen because of the anger of adults towards them. So we need things that actually are proactive, positive, that engage youth, and that give them a sense of belonging in the schools. And there's lots of programs for that. But they need money, they need funds.
Councillor Shantz, does that answer your question?
Thank you. It's a start.
Yeah. So again, Fanis, Eve, and Funke, thank you for being eloquent and articulate, and know that this is the beginning of a very long journey that we all intend to travel with you. So I'm going to bring the motion forward. The delegation.
Councilor Banovic wants to say something. Point of order. Councilor Urbanovic wants to say something.
Okay, Councilor Urbanovic?
Thank you, Chair Redman. And ladies, I just really wanted to thank you for coming in this evening and openly and honestly sharing your thoughts with us. I think that's incredibly important. I was listening, I was taking notes, but there was a lot said there. And so one of the things I would request is if you could share a copy of your comments with our clerk so that we can capture everything, because I want to make sure that that we can learn from that and reflect and hopefully act on that going forward. And the other piece, Fanis, was you had indicated that there has been some research done, in particular within the region, around some of these issues. And if you can direct us to any of that research, I would certainly appreciate that, because I'd like to read it and learn from it as well. Thank you.
I can say, thank you, Councillor. I can say that my dissertation was on experiences of Black youth in Waterloo region, experiences of racism among Black youth in Waterloo region. Only 2 of the participants had ever had a Black teacher in this region. The curriculum did not reflect them. They were not even allowed to report racism. Just like what we are hearing about in the House about Jagmeet Singh and the opera, the apology and everything. It just reminded me of what the youth said, that when they report about any racist action towards them, they get sent to the office. They sometimes get suspended. They sometimes even get expelled, because God forbid that they then argue or say this is what happened, or this person started it, or this is what I was referring to. They are asked to prove that it is racist. And racist or racism is treated like a bad word, like a swear word. This youth told me, oh no, we're not allowed to say that. It's a bad word. We can't say that. We have to prove. It's not fair to use that word on people. But then, with tears brimming down their cheeks on bidding, they talked about being called all kinds of names, racial slurs. They talked about being caricatured during recess and walking into the classroom and everybody looking at the picture on the board and laughing at them and turning at them and laughing. They talked about being told they smell, their food smell, their hair being pulled for the girls, their braids being pulled, all kinds of things, throwing away their food on the way to school because everybody will say it smells. They talked about body shaming and fat shaming and all kinds of things. But no, there's no racism. We're not allowed to use that word. It's a bad word. It's a swear word. And our teachers don't understand it. They don't see it. It happens right under their noses in the classroom, but they don't see it. They talked about being told that they were scary, that they should be nice, they should act nice, they should play nice. Even if it meant coming out of the bathroom and some white girls are coming in and they act startled. It was their fault because their bodies are intimidating, even if they were just 12 or 13-year-old girls. But they're big, they're scary, they should play nice. They're the ones who don't know how to get along with people. They get sent to the office. There's research. There is research.
And Funke, your research is as recently as 2016, right?
It was actually released in 2018. We first presented tentative findings to the trustees at WRDSB late 2016. Those were the tentative findings. I did more follow-up studies because I was shocked by what I was seeing. I couldn't even continue with the work because it was just not shocked, I was saddened. I could not continue. Writing a dissertation became less important than what am I hearing? What do we do? And it continued on and on. It was very immersive. And it was finally completed in 2017 and released in 2018. So there is research. It's very recent. Nothing has changed. It's not back to the 60s, the days of MLK. It's right here and now. And it's right here in our backyard.
Thank you.
Fanis, did you want to comment?
Yeah, well, I think I'll just add, I think that sums a lot of it up in terms of some of the traumatic experiences. So the research is there. We will be forwarding that information. Our statement will also be publicly available, and we'll forward it. You will have it as well, obviously, in your records. I do want to highlight that there were demands associated with the statement, and that will require a response. I want to highlight that from other regions, there have been councillors that have joined the call to defund, with an understanding that it is about reallocating resources and also really questioning the role of policing as response to crisis. So I think we do want to see specific responses from councillors. We do, in terms of actually joining your voices to this call, and knowing that we have the support of our regional council as we move forward with this work, because we know that there are various levels of systemic engagement that will need to happen to make the changes that we seek. So I think, and also to have that formalized engagement in terms of come and help us, come and teach us. It's not that this kind of work needs to be done in formalized partnerships with communities, where that knowledge is respected and acted upon. So it's more about holding our leaders accountable rather than just one-on-one discourse. So we are hopeful to see another motion that takes into deeper consideration these elements that have been raised today, and that also reflects a deeper understanding based on what's happening in other urban centers. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the three ladies for coming in. This is a difficult issue, of course, for you folk, but also for us as well. And I really do appreciate your offering to try to assist us. And even though our motion is obviously imperfect in your eyes, I hope it is a first step. But I really do want to agree with our need to have Black-led research and Black-led leadership on some of the initiatives that you want us to consider, to the extent that we can deal with them. And I don't think that always we need to ask for volunteers. Sometimes we have to pay for professional assistance as well. We do that in a lot of other areas, completely unrelated to this. So there are costs associated with achieving some of that input and some of that expertise. I think certainly I am one, and I imagine most others are willing to expend some money to get the best advice, the best research that we can move forward with. So again, I want to thank you for coming, and hopefully we can craft a number of initiatives that we can all embrace. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you all. You're welcome to stay. We have another delegate, Bridget Schuster, on this subject as well. Bridget, welcome. You have the floor.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Good evening. My name is Brigitte Schuster Ashley.
Oh, sorry. Brigitte,
no worries.
Sorry.
Everybody. It's a hard one. I go by Gita. I was born in St. Mary's at the hospital here 48 years ago, and I attended North Wilmot Public School from grade 1 to 6, after which I relocated back to the KW area, where I have lived ever since. I've spent the past 30 years as the sole proprietor of the only children's theater school in the region, where I write and produce community performances that tell relatable stories about bullying awareness, mental health, literacy, diversity, and inclusion, as well as Canadian history for thousands of children and youth every year. I am a Yale University educated theater director, the wife of a highly educated African Canadian high school teacher, the mother of Black children, a role model to young people, a community activist, a local shopper, and a tax-paying citizen who votes. So I'm sure you can imagine my complete and utter disgust to have been notified that a politician and community leader had posted a clickbait White Lives Matter clip on his personal website, and then to find out that he has shown absolutely no remorse for his hurtful actions. And yes, no matter how much Councilman Armstrong claims that we all didn't understand his post, he hurt people in the action of it. And he continues to do so by failing to take responsibility for his poor behavior. As a person who has the power to affect young lives, I hold myself to the highest human behavioral standards, and I expect nothing less from my elected leaders. Now, after reading recent articles in the record written by Terry Pender, I naturally just expected that Councilman Armstrong would be fired, because that's how the real world works. You screw up at your job, HR calls you in and gives you a pink slip. However, upon reading excerpts from the Municipalities Act, I see that that's actually not how things work. Well, not for you guys, at least. I see that the politicians, I guess, have an entirely different set of rules. So I'm a little disheartened to know that if I were to call Councilman Armstrong out directly right now as a racist, then I could, according to your rules, run the risk of possibly being removed from this public forum for using profanities. I'm sure Jagmeet Singh knows all too well what that is. And yet, according to your rules, Councilman Armstrong gets to publicly promote white supremacy. That's right, I said it. And stay in his position of power, lead with bias, speak on behalf of our region, my family, and me until 2022, when he is not reelected. Wow. What a privilege he's got for the next 2 years. The privilege I don't even get for the next 3 minutes. So based on your rules alone, I have to question the council's recent reactive announcements, I would say, of anti-racism roundtables and, diversity and inclusion task forces and, all of those kinds of words. I don't think they could possibly, whatever you're forming could possibly understand, reflect, or even begin to bring forth meaningful change to our Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. I think the very structure of your council clearly operates on privilege, and that's written in your rules. The very structure of your council is, I have to say, based on your council family photo that you've got on your website, it's definitely white privilege. So it lacks cultural diversity, and I know you're aware of that. I just want to make it clear that we're all really aware of that. And it's got its own set of rules, clearly. And I think these declarations of allyships are just lip service. I don't think real change is going to come. Now, I've been told the only recourse in the situation regarding Councilman Armstrong would be to file a formal complaint with the Wilmot Township and the Waterloo Region Integrity Commissioners. However, your rules indicate that the punishment for this behavior is just this complaint, I guess, is suspension of pay for 3 months. And I'm thinking, I really don't want to wait around to deal with this person until election time. So I decided to personally ask Councilman Armstrong to resign from his position. I thought, why not? I'll just give him a call and simply ask him to do the right thing. So much to my surprise, he answered his phone this morning, and I introduced myself, and I asked him kindly to resign from his political role in our region. And what followed was nothing short of bombastic mansplaining. He asked me if I actually understood his post. He vehemently denied doing anything racist and proceeded to tell me that he felt it was okay to post as it was two Black men talking about racism, of which he kept adding, and I have to quote this, "Racism is a global pandemic, So the conversation went on for about 5 minutes, and during the conversation, I realized right then and there that he didn't get it. And sadly, he probably never will, not even until 2022. So I think in closing, our community leaders have to be held accountable for all overt racist actions, of course, and microaggressions. I think you have to actively engage visible ethnic minorities to throw their hat into the political ring. You have to change your oppressive rules, which allow for elected leaders to behave badly without consequence, because clearly that is what's happening. But I guess until you do, which I'm not happy with, but I'll accept that change sometimes takes time, I'm going to be filing a formal class action affidavit with the Region of Waterloo's Integrity Commissioner, which will hopefully encourage Councilman Armstrong to do the right thing.
Thank you, Geeta. pretty close to bang on for time. I don't know if you timed that, but thank you very much. I see no questions. You're welcome to stay for the meeting.
Sure. Didn't think there would be questions, but sure.
Colleagues, we have had two delegations refer to the motion that we unanimously carried last time. I'm going to bring that forward, but I understand, Councillor Armstrong, did you want to make a statement at this juncture?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To the Chair, my colleagues on Regional Council, the constituents that we serve, and the greater community. I have been ignorant and am incredibly sorry for my actions. Upon reflection of the recent posts that I made on social media and the ongoing justification for my actions, I know now that this was truly a significant error in judgment. I will never in any way want to diminish discussions surrounding the importance of Black Lives Matter. Never. To the council and staff that I work with in Waterloo Region and Wilmot Township, I am heartbroken that I have let you down. I take my role as mayor seriously and have always welcomed and enjoyed discussions with all residents and staff, and deeply regret doing anything to negatively affect those significant relationships. To redeem myself and to show that actions speak louder than words, I will work hard to be part of the movement to create new platform for change. I know too that freedom of speech is a right and also a serious responsibility. I accept full responsibility for what I have done. I don't expect forgiveness based on my words alone. I will show you that I am serious and that you can count on me to continue fighting hard for everyone. Again, I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I see no other speakers, so the motion is moved by Councillor Galloway and seconded by Councillor Verbanovich. If there is no discussion, I would ask you to use your yes and no button to vote for this motion. Thank you, colleagues. That motion is carried. And again, I would just like to underscore that this is the beginning of a very long journey that we will make with our community. Sorry. Oh, okay. Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to address Councillor Armstrong briefly, and I do appreciate, Les, you coming out with what appears to be a full-throated apology for what you did. It is unfortunate that it does reflect on all of us, and it caused a lot of concern, of course, for myself and for others. And I'm wondering if part of the work that you need to do or want to do to kind of get up to speed in terms of what Black Lives Matter is all about is to do some formal self-reflection, self-interrogation that can be done and assist you in trying to understand what our white privilege is about, how it impacts others, and what the Black Lives Matter movement is all about. So I'm wondering if that is part of the work that you intend to do to bring some redemption to what was a really terrible thing that occurred.
That is something that I have been looking into with staff to look into something like that.
Okay, well, I'll accept that, and because I do want you to know that I had discussions with other members of council today and the clerk's department, and was considering a code of conduct complaint. I will put that in abeyance for the time being, given the apology that you've given, and hope that we don't have to go in that particular direction. But I felt strongly enough about what had occurred that I was prepared to move in that direction. It doesn't require a motion of council. Any member of council can do that. Indeed, any member of the community can do that, and the delegation, I guess, is going to follow up on that route as well. But I do want you to know that it's not something that you alone is wearing. It's something that all of us are wearing, and it troubled me deeply.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Redman. I have a statement and I have, I think, a question. Excuse me. We all know that white lives matter. We don't need to state it. It's there in the foundations of our society and in the very air that we breathe. We don't need to state that white lives matter because we demonstrate that every day. And we mustn't state that white lives matter, not just because it's stating the obvious, but because it's something that people state when they don't want to acknowledge or don't want to address the anti-Black racism that's all around us. We don't demonstrate that Black lives matter. In fact, every day we show that they don't, not as much as white lives. That's why we do need to state that, and we need to say that Black lives matter unequivocally. That's the very least we can do, and it's only the beginning of what we have to do. I don't know whether my question is for you or possibly for clerks. This whole question of defunding the police, and reallocation of the resources, I think that that's a question that that a number of councillors have said that they're interested in exploring, but I don't know what our avenues are to do that. I don't know what our authority is as regional council, because I understand that the Police Services Act limits that. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Sorry? So if Deb Arnold is on the call, Deb will be able to answer that. And you are quite right. It is not a simple process or an uncomplicated, or is Deb here or Craig? Who wants to answer that?
Deb, I can give it a try, Madam Chair.
Deb's not coming back on. Sure, Craig, go ahead.
Or Richard. Richard may be able to just speak to the legalities, and then Mr. Dyer could talk about the budget process.
Okay.
Richard? Maybe not.
So Craig, back to you. Talk about the.
I'll try to give a clear response, recognizing I might not get all the legalities right, but there are certain clauses in the Police Services Act that specify what council's role is with respect to the approval of a police services budget. And to put it in maybe simplest terms, police board approves a budget. That budget comes forward to council, and council can either approve the budget as presented, or it can approve a different number. Council does not have the authority to approve or not approve specific items within the budget. But council does have the authority to approve a different overall number than the number presented to it by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. I see Deb Arnold is with us. Deb, do you want to add to that? The question was, what if your mechanism would regional council have to change the police budget?
Thank you, Chair Redman. I'm sorry, I was having computer issues. But I did hear Mr. Dyer's summary of the legislation. So that is correct under the Police Services Act. The Police Services Board submits its budget to regional council for approval, and regional council can only approve the global quantum of the budget or a lesser or greater amount, but regional council cannot go into the line items of the budget and approve or disapprove specific items of the budget. And if at the end of the day there is a disagreement between regional council and the board on the approval of the global quantum, then there is a dispute resolution mechanism provided for by the provincial commission, which would then adjudicate the dispute.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Mr. Dyer, do you want to add anything from a budget point of view, or have you
No,
done your explaining?
I don't think I have anything further to add.
Super, thank you. Councillor Clark, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jowett.
Thank you, Chair Redman. I just wanted to quickly, I had one comment I wanted to make, and it was something that really helped me to put a lot of this into perspective. There's a very famous meme out there about Black Lives Matter, and it's the analogy of two houses side by each, and one is on fire and one is not. And the hose pipe is on the house that's not on fire. And that's kind of what we're doing when we go ahead and say all lives matter. In this instant and in this moment and in this time in our history, Black lives matter differently right now, and we're being asked to listen and act in a different way. And I completely understand that history has left us in some pretty odd places. But I don't think the time for now is to use a lot of anger. I think we need to work with some brilliant minds over the last 2 days that we've spoken to. I know that you have, Chair Redman, and I know that I have, and these brilliant minds are bringing us these new and these new learnings that I really think can solve the problems that we've known have been ailing us for some time in police services. We've known that police try to de-escalate, but there are people who are much more capable of de-escalation, and they'd probably be appreciative of that. And that's without oversimplifying it, just giving an example. So I just wanted to throw that thought in there, because that very famous meme does underscore that it's not time to look at all lives matter right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jowett. Councillor Shantz.
You're on mute.
Councillor Shantz, you're on mute. We're trying to unmute you.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thanks. I thought tonight I would share just a few of my comments from our council meeting last night that I made. I think they apply to both delegations, and I think they apply to council as well. The last 3 months have given us a unique moment in time to reflect as a larger society on our lives, the way we live our lives and the way we treat each other. For most of us, our ancestors migrated here from other parts of the world, and we have enjoyed living our lives from a position of privilege. Embedded in that privilege is an attitude of superiority, often subtle and subconscious. Sunday was National Indigenous Peoples Day. And, you know, as a child, my understanding of Indigenous history was a mix of stories from the historical settlement of Waterloo region and the television portrayal of colonialism. Especially as community leaders, it is important for us to think about how our own attitudes were formed and how that affects our current decisions. If we don't learn from past mistakes, we're bound to repeat them. If we want to live in a world free from judgment, we need to understand that experiences form who we are. A quote from Brené Brown that is especially apropos, I think, goes like this: in order to empathize with someone's experience, you must be willing to believe them as they see it, not as you imagine their experience would be. We need to listen carefully to and believe all those people and groups whose lives have been shaped by years of colonialism. As community leaders, we need to find the wisdom to adjust our programs and supports to reflect the true needs and reality of our community. We can form our community by how we treat our community. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing that, Councillor Shantz. I see no other speakers, so I would ask, did we already vote? Okay, so we already voted. So our next group of delegations is here to talk about item B, rapid reallocation of road spaces for active transportation to address COVID-19 pandemic. It was originally listed under other matters under committees of the whole. There is an original report on page 56, a supplementary report on page 111, and there is also a survey, capture of survey results in page 119. Would staff like to review the addendum? Who is on deck for this report? Is it Steve Vanderkeer? Sorry? Oh, okay. Mr. Schmidt, are you able to speak to this?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can very briefly, and Steve Vanderkeer is also available.
That's right. Okay.
At last week's committee meeting, there was a request for staff to go and do some additional public consultation, and we did use the Engage Waterloo Region platform, as well as sending out a number of notices to the business community and others in the community. The information in the supplemental report summarizes what we found. We had tremendous response to the Engage Waterloo Region survey. I think there is a small graph that showed there was a lot of response very quickly, well over 2,000 comments, and I think we have over 200 pages of survey results, including all of the comments today. On average, the comments we received essentially split about two-thirds supporting the implementation of the cycling lanes, and about one-third opposing those. And I would say that for all the questions in the survey was about the split of response. So I think we have done that research. There are some comments as well as written comments, some supportive of and some against the cycling facilities that we're proposing.
Okay, Mr. Vanderkeer, do you want to add anything, or has Mr. Schmidt covered it off?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Schmidt covered it off very well.
Okay, thank you. We have a list of delegates, and I would tell you each have 5 minutes, and the first delegation is Tom Strickland from Cambridge. Welcome, Tom. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a 13-year resident of Cambridge who is very much in favor of doing what cities around the world have done this year, reallocate road space to give more room for active transportation. I know there were other speakers today who will talk in detail about the general reasons to support this proposal. Cycling has less COVID risk than transit. Cycling is physically and mentally healthier than commuting by car or transit. More commuter cycling will help with the region's greenhouse gas reduction targets, etc., etc. I'm going to leave those general arguments to others, though. I'd like to focus my comments on what the proposal means for Cambridge specifically. The proposal for bike lanes along King, Coronation, Dundas will create a safe, direct cycling route between 2 of the 3 major destinations in the city, the core areas of Preston and Galt. Before this proposal, the only reasonably safe route from Preston to Galt was across Bishop Street to the Conestoga Boulevard Trail, then south to Elgin Street, and eventually the Mill Creek Trail. By my estimate, that route is 6.3 kilometers long from Bishop Street and King Street to Dundas and Bell. The new route directly along King, Coronation, Dundas is 4.3 kilometers long, a time saving of almost a third. That speaks to time, but it will also be considerably safer. Bishop Street is a busy road with a simple painted bike lane. not nearly as safe as the full dedicated lane on the proposed route. The current safe route also uses Elgin Street between Avenue Road and Samuelson Street, a busy commercial industrial strip without even a painted bike lane. In other words, the proposal creates an excellent commuting route between two major destinations where no good option exists today. It will undoubtedly encourage a significant increase in commuter cyclists. The proposed route also provides direct, safe cycling access to a number of shops, grocery stores, and places of business, which increases the likelihood that local residents will use bikes for errands, leading to the better health and lower greenhouse gas outcomes noted above. Even before this proposal, cycling has grown significantly in popularity in Cambridge, just as it has around the world. Cycling shops have been swamped with business. Paul Romoli, the owner of CycleWorks Bicycle Shop on Water Street, says his service and repair business is roughly double the normal volume this year. His suppliers have told him that there is very limited stock left in North America of new bikes below the $2,000 price point. More people are commuting, but also more people are cycling for leisure and physical activity. And this is likely to continue as local fitness facilities, even when they reopen, will have reduced capacity and lingering concerns about safety. Popular trails like the Paris to Cambridge Rail Trail are much busier than normal, and the trails can be quite narrow, so physical distancing is difficult. More people are cycling on the sidewalks, at least partly because people who haven't cycled in years are worried about the risks on main streets. This proposal will give another option for leisure trips as well, relieving the pressure on the existing trails and leaving more room for walkers. I would add one other side note. The report suggests that staff is also looking for biking facility projects that could be fast-tracked for completion by 2021. I would recommend completion of the Franklin Boulevard multi-use trail network for that review. Converting the sidewalk, even if only one side of the road, to a multi-use trail between Avenue Road and Bishop Street would complete an excellent commuter bike route all the way from Hespeler Core to the southern city boundary. The southern boundary roadwork being done this year will link that same Franklin Boulevard trail to Highway 24 and the Rail Line Trail, which goes to Paris and beyond. This route has huge potential for leisure trips, but much of the value is lost while the Avenue to Bishop Gap remains. In conclusion, through tonight's vote, you have a unique opportunity to help Cambridge and the region move forward in a healthier, more environmentally friendly direction. I respectfully request that you support the road reallocation proposal.
Thank you, Tom. Right on, well, actually 30 seconds to spare. Well done. Councillor McGarry.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the delegate. Thank you, Tom, for speaking about increasing the chance for new cyclists or cyclists that may not have considered commuting by bike because they didn't feel safe into that very well-researched delegation tonight. I was hoping that you knew too that as the Hespeler Road Bridge over Highway 401 will also be sporting some new active transportation facilities over that bridge, such as the Franklin Boulevard Bridge once it is rebuilt for the Highway 401 expansion. But you bring up some good points, and that's really the trail network throughout Cambridge. And I know we've been adding to the cycling facilities in order to try and promote some of the safe routes. But in your estimation, if we were to move ahead tonight with putting the temporary bike lanes in along the route that we've described, can you foresee a time where permanent facilities in this area will continue to promote active transportation, including cycling, for the years to come?
Well, yes, I think I can. Obviously, it encourages people to try it, and once they try it, hopefully they will like it. I believe the current cycling plan does actually have some kind of high-level biking facility planned for Coronation Boulevard, so that's already there in the plan. There's certainly lots of room beside the road for a multi-use trail. There's lots of border area there. So yes, I think it could be the start of something good, and obviously it's a big step forward in in cycling for Cambridge.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing this forward tonight.
Thank you, Councilor McGarry. Thank you, Mr. Strickland. David Trueman, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's kind of see Cambridge going first for a change with respect to cycling, so glad to see that. So I'm David Trueman. I'm a member of Climate Action Waterloo Region, but tonight I'm representing StSWR, a group advocating for cycling in Waterloo Region. We want cycling to be a safe, respected, convenient, and everyday mode of transportation for people of all ages and abilities. Tonight, you'll vote to accept or reject an excellent staff proposal. They want to create 24 kilometers of temporary protected bike lanes on underused regional roads. This is simply an amazing opportunity that must not be missed. Cycling has skyrocketed in popularity since the start of the pandemic. People have responded to the call for physical distancing, made essential trips, and satisfied the need for exercise, all on bicycles. Traffic on our trails has more than doubled. At the same time, our streets are underused. Cities around the world have responded to the cycling trend by creating protected bike lanes. In Brampton, Toronto, Calgary, Montreal, Paris, Bogota, Berlin, just to name a few. You can enable and support this rising trend, giving people space to get around safely, or you can watch this opportunity go by. Some people claim this is a lot of money for a temporary benefit, but it's not. It's just 0.3% of the region's transportation capital budget. If you were to defer repaving of just one section of roadway, it would pay the entire budget. And the benefits are not temporary. When you encourage those who've recently started cycling, you increase the chances that they'll retain and build the habit. More than 60% of trips in the region are shorter than 5 kilometers in length, a perfect distance for walking or cycling to that local plaza. Don't forget the lasting benefits and the tremendous value of what we'll learn from this experiment. Also, a simple, conservative economic model estimates sustainable benefits of more than $1 million in 2020 alone for this project. If you factor in health savings, the benefit balloons to about $20 million. Some business owners fear a negative impact on their businesses. I don't blame them. Fear is a common reaction to change. But experience elsewhere has proven time and again that cycling is good for business. In Toronto, the Bloor Street bike lanes led to more customers spending more money. In Vancouver, the downtown BIA members initially opposed bike lanes vehemently, but now have seen the benefits and admitted that they were wrong. The fact is, people making short trips by bicycle are more likely to stop and spend money than cars that speed through neighborhoods on fast roads. If you're worried about road congestion, let me show you this graph. And this might take me just a moment. Bear with me. Okay, I am not going to waste more time on that.
Sorry, our smarter people than me in the room say you should be able to share your screen, so.
Yeah, I did try, but it doesn't seem to be working. I'm going to go ahead. So I'll describe the graph. It's very simple. You can look it up on TomTom. It shows the traffic congestion over the last week, day by day, and it compares it to last year's patterns. The important observation is that the peaks of traffic in the morning and evening rush hour are totally gone. And
any road engineer will tell you that roads are engineered for peak traffic. And basically, this proves that we have tremendous excess capacity right now. There is no congestion during what we used to know of as rush hour. Now, further bolstering this, Shopify has declared that working from home will be the new norm. Other businesses do not anticipate returning to the workplace in 2020 at all. With schools out for the summer and universities not resuming in-person classes in the fall, congestion will not be a problem. So the time is ideal to pilot these bike lanes. Cycling is a huge benefit to our community. If you can't afford a car, cycling is a convenient, inexpensive option. The health benefits are enormous, reducing chronic diseases by up to 40%, and noise and pollution as well. Cycling can even benefit some people with disabilities who find walking difficult or impossible. You might ask yourselves, why have we seen an unprecedented outpouring of support for a cycling proposal? Over 2,000 supportive survey responses and 300 supportive emails in only 5 days. That's because this staff proposal represents a seismic shift, building toward the backbone of a connected regional network. Please don't second guess the staff's considered approach by dividing it up into pieces. This evening, take one big step toward a more vibrant, equitable, and sustainable future. Keep your strategic plan commitments to fight climate change and support active transportation. Please come down on the right side of COVID and climate history. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I gave you a little bit of variability because the screen save didn't work, but you were pretty close to on time. I think you have a few questioners. Councillor Ravanovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Trueman, for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us. and thanks for all the work that you and others are doing with Cycle Waterloo Region. My one question for you, actually I have two. My first question has to do actually with when you look at what's being proposed here by staff, and you're aware that certain things have happened within our federation of municipalities already, at the municipal order of government. How important do you think this is in terms of linking these pieces up, and what the region has proposed, and allowing us to sort of pilot things to the next level?
The cities have definitely done some great things, and I'm expecting to see some great things from Cambridge coming soon too. But by their nature, the city routes tend to be shorter and less direct. So these regional roads, which by their very nature are very direct, really do form, as I mentioned, the backbone. So that they really connect a lot of routes in a direct way that we've never had the privilege before. That Westmount route, if we take it all the way from Block Line up to University, that's just amazing in terms of a commuting route, and connecting through to Homer Watson, the multi-use trail there. It means that people can do, 10, 15 kilometer commutes in reasonable time and make that choice rather than getting back in a car.
Thank you. And that was actually going to be my second question, because I did raise it at committee, was that extra stretch of Westmount. And it just sort of, hit me that it would really allow for an opportunity, essentially with a couple small holes, but to go from, North Dumfries or Cambridge up through Kitchener, up through Waterloo, and essentially hit the end of Woolwich Township. And so you think adding that extra stretch is something, if it's possible, we should look at this point?
I think it's amazing. And I saw the staff supplementary report, $30,000 extra to include that stretch. It's a steal.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time and your efforts. Thank you.
Councillor Kiefer.
Yeah, are there more delegations, Chair Redman? Because if there are, I'll wait till they've spoken.
Yeah, we have 5 more. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, David. That was an excellent presentation. Can I just get you to repeat that little piece of information where you compared the cost to another option that we might? I found that really powerful because I quite honestly was a little taken aback by the cost when I first saw the report. So I found your statement really revealing.
Yeah, so I just scanned the 2020 capital budget, and the line items for road repay, there may be a better technical term for it, but road projects, let's say, they vary from maybe 10,000 to 4.5 million or something like that. So, a reasonable midpoint might be something like $500,000. So one project, defer it for 1 year, and you've paid for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, David, for the presentation and your work with STSWR. The graph that you were trying to get up on the screen, was that for specific roads related to the report that we're dealing tonight, showing the decline in rush hour, or was that something in general?
No, it's general, and I don't believe it did include Cambridge as a disclaimer, but it is for Kitchener-Waterloo, and it's from TomTom. I think it's tomtom.com, and they do an index of congestion, and they show it historically and for every day, every hour, so you can look at it at any time. The other thing that graph shows us is that, if you look at last week's patterns versus this week's, there has been no increase. In fact, there might be a slight decline this week from last week. So, if people were worried that there was a rising trend in congestion, that's not the case right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Thank you, Mr. Trueman. You're welcome to stay. The next delegation is Leslie Maxwell, School Travel Planning Supervisor, Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region. Welcome, Leslie. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I have a presentation that I'm going to share, so I'm going to test my technical ability too right now. Please let me know if you can see my presentation in its full form. It's not really.
Is it rapid relocation of road space?
Yes, it is.
It's up. Well
okay.
done.
Great. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm Leslie, and I work with Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region. Under normal circumstances, it's my team's job to encourage more active school travel and to decrease traffic in front of schools. But I want to talk about abnormal circumstances and how the proposed rapid reallocation of road space project can impact student travel upon our expected reopening of schools on September 8th. First and foremost, Student Transportation Services gets really excited about keeping people safe. And a 2019 study, did that advance for everybody?
It did.
Okay, great. A 2019 study published in the Journal of Transport and Health called Why Cities with High Bicycling Rates Are Safer for All Road Users got our attention when it made the case that bike lanes keep people safe. This is the most comprehensive study of bicycle and road safety to date. It found that the increased level of safety is due to cycling infrastructure, with specific focus on separated and protected bike lanes. Let me repeat that another way. Drivers are safer because of separated and protected bike lanes. Pedestrians are safer. People using mobility devices are safer. Kids on scooters are safer. And cyclists are safer. Oh, that doesn't seem to. There we go. Sorry. We're not strangers to cycling injury in Waterloo Region. Our emergency room data details the incidence of emergency visits due to cycling injury. It's clear by this chart that as our children start to explore their independence on bikes in their early to late teens, they're at a much higher risk of injury. Let's keep them safer. We don't yet know the impacts of this virus on our children, nor the impacts of the world that we've created to deal with it. But we do know that children are walking and biking more. This project will keep them safer. It will provide safer spaces for human error on bikes. It will take more cyclists off sidewalks so they are less likely to be hit by drivers backing out of driveways. And it will shorten crossings of roads for little legs. It will provide a buffer between heavy road traffic and child pedestrians on sidewalks, especially where sidewalks are flush with streets, as on Bridgeport Road. And it will give older children the space they need to pass our tiniest dawdlers. And there are myriad other physical and mental health benefits for children whose opportunities for activity, connection, and independence have shrunken as a result of our COVID-19 responses. In fact, and I hope that we've moved forward on these slides.
Yep, we're doing good.
Okay, great. My screen is telling a different story. In fact, the rapid reallocation projects as described will impact students in walk zones in a whopping 31 WCDSB and WRDSB schools. Those walk zones reach 1.6 kilometers for elementary schools and 3.2 kilometers for high schools. With any hesitation by families to use mass transportation this fall, students outside these walking distances and from additional schools may well use them too. This chart shows that the individual proposal that impact the most schools are actually the Cambridge and Westmount Road installations. The emergency room data set that I referenced earlier also identifies Westmount and Central Preston as higher incidence areas for children aged 10 to 14. These two installations alone would noticeably decrease risk for children. Further to the number of schools, current fall registration shows that 1,529 walk zone students live in the path of the proposed bike lanes, and they could use them to get to and from school, representing a possible 3,058 daily trips, or over 67,000 trips per month. Region of Waterloo staff has identified areas that will have a high impact on the safety of a vast number of students. While there is hardly a place in our urban settings where a bike lane won't create safer space for students, the impact of these specific lanes is immense, and I would contend they do not need further public consultation. Last week, you might have missed that one, didn't advance. Last week, the Ministry of Education issued its approach to the reopening of schools. They asked that we place a maximum of 1 student per seat on the bus instead of 3, and that we support accommodations for immunocompromised students and medically vulnerable students with additional special transportation. We will have more demand and fewer spaces, and so the ministry has asked boards to encourage active travel or private transportation to ease pressure on busing demand. We can't encourage more private transportation to school because congestion near schools is already high, and it compromises the safety of students who are walking and cycling. And we need the help of municipal partners like you with projects like this to ensure appropriate infrastructure is in place to encourage more families to use active travel to school. Both WCDSB and WRDSB support this rapid reallocation project due to its vast impact on students. But these lanes must be implemented before September 8th so that families have time to become familiar with them well before the first day of school. Please take advantage of this opportunity as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Very good presentation, and your slides did advance. I think we skipped over one, but you spoke to it, so that was great. I don't see any questioners, so thank you for that. The next delegate is Matthew Rodrigues from Kitchener, and Matthew, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members of the council. I think I'm trying to share my screen. It should come up on your screens now. I believe it's up now.
It is.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to keep my comments brief today, but hoping to actually circle back to the comment from Councillor Vanovic earlier around the network and how this project aligns with the various networks that exist in Kitchener and Waterloo today. So last year, myself and a few other community members organized a community bike ride along the city of Kitchener's Queens and Belmont protected bike lane network, which is showing as a purple route on your screen, which runs from along Belmont Avenue, to Queens Boulevard and over to West Heights. Circled in orange is Westmount Road, where there is an obvious gap in safe routes to get around the city. The light green are sort of slow streets or calm city roads that are generally a bit more friendly to people. But roads that are gray have no facilities on them that for people on foot or on bike. And in speaking with city staff over the past week, they were able to say that while they don't have numbers specifically ready to release for this pilot project, they, based on early assessments, they do, or they have noted a marked increase in the number of users along the Queens and Belmont corridors. And specifically, and a really important piece of this is people who are biking not on a sidewalk. So I think that's a really great piece to hear. And do look forward to seeing those numbers finalized from the city. And I've, at last week's committee meeting, there were some comments regarding not seeing people in bike lanes. And while it might be true for the instances when certain people drive by, when we make decisions, we are trying to build a network. And there's a fairly popular quote that goes around on social media in the cycling world, is that you don't decide to build a bridge by counting the number of people swimming across a river. So if we're not going to count the number of people swimming across the Grand River to decide that we need to build a new bridge there, we're going to make a plan. We're going to build a road network for people to get across that bridge. And I think that that's an important piece of this puzzle, because until there is a network that functions for people, we won't see that ridership. And it's only as that, it is a bit of a chicken and an egg sort of situation. But as we do bring more onto the network, we will see that increase in ridership. Up in Waterloo, the region has built out the separated cycling protected network, which is on the right of your screen. Unfortunately, I didn't add in any routes, or the new routes proposed will extend the urban Bridgeport corridors here over to Margaret, which I think will make a great connection to the Margaret Ave bike lanes and into Kitchener. And it aligns fully with the Regional Transportation Master Plan, which does contemplate those road right sizings on Bridgeport and Urb. And finally, the City of Kitchener is planning a new downtown grid of protected cycling infrastructure, which could eventually tie into the proposed lanes on Frederick Street, including the expansion that was proposed by Mayor Verbranovic. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity to test out some of these recommendations of the Transportation Master Plan. This slide just provides a couple of summary points, mostly covered by others who've spoken today. As someone who bikes everywhere, the spur line, the Iron Horse trails are incredibly busy. Even uptown Waterloo this evening, prior to the meeting, was very busy. So whatever we can do to support physical distancing with record high numbers of people out on the trails is incredible. This proposal aligns with the strategic plan. It'll help test the Regional Transportation Master Plan. Will help traffic calm neighborhoods, particularly along Westmount, Bridgeport, and Urb, and will align with the climate emergency declared by Council by promoting and supporting transportation. That's all I have for Council today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Matthew. I have a couple questions. Councillor Lorentz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Matt, for the presentation. Very interesting. I just wonder if you could comment a little bit on the lack of permanence for this, for the 24 kilometers. The plan is that it all be removed by November 1st. And how does that work with the network when it's there for a couple of months and then it's gone?
I mean, obviously, it'd be ideal to be able to keep it in a more permanent state. And if there is an opportunity to do so, once we get it in place and see how it works, that would be ideal. But I mean, I think it's an opportunity to test it. And if it's wildly successful, I believe the staff report, and pardon me, I haven't fully read it since last week, did note opportunities for some winter maintenance, possibly sharing it with buses. And as we look to redesign some of these roads, I know Westmount's in the design stage right now. If we can help inform some of that design work, I think that's an important outcome of something like this. Ideally it'd be permanent.
Councillor Lorentz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The Westmount Road, for example, I don't know how often you drive it, but there's a lot of traffic on Westmount Road. If it goes down the 2 lanes, you talked about traffic calming in neighborhoods. I just don't see that happening. I think it's going to be traffic jams in neighborhoods. And maybe you can comment on that.
In speaking with both members of members of city council and regional council, obviously there is a risk that, some vehicles will spill into neighborhoods. But in listening to some of the work that's going on in Waterloo, they're considering some opportunity, if something happens on Westmount, trying to make sure that traffic is mitigated and ensuring that, folks aren't speeding through adjacent cut-throughs or making cut-throughs. I think
we won't know till it happens, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for your expertise. I appreciate it.
Okay.
That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through the chair to Matthew. I'm glad you brought up the issue of the busyness of the trails. I know when I'm cycling on weekends, I notice that the spur line trail it would be awkward for a cyclist to go on the spur line trail. There's just so many pedestrians on it. But it was interesting you brought up tonight, which is a weekday night, and maybe you can just tell me about your experience of cycling on the spur line trail. Is it do the pedestrians really overwhelm it at this point? I know it does on the weekend. I just wondered what you've observed during the week.
Yeah, speaking tonight, I headed uptown Waterloo to run a few errands and came back down the Iron Horse Trail. And there were a notable number of cyclists walkers out for, presumably, after work strolls or just getting where they needed to go. And I definitely was weaving around more people. On weekends, it's almost unpassable, and I usually hop over to Belmont and take the protected lanes there if I have to, so I'm not another bike on the trail. But it's markedly busier, and even the sidewalks uptown were quite busy. And actually, as an anecdote, if I may, I was on the Herb Street bike lanes on the weekend, and 3 kids pulled up behind me who were biking on Herb Street, and they started talking to me, and then I was like, "Hey, do you guys ride along this often?" And they were like, "Yeah, we." I was like, "Well, they're actually looking to extend it all the way to Margaret." And the group of teens, they were like, "Oh, we use it all the time," because they live closer to Margaret. So I think that there's a huge opportunity for this project.
Thank you. I have noticed as well that people will ride along there, and when they run out of cycling lanes heading over to Margaret, they're off onto the sidewalk, which we all know is not what we want. And just to give some reassurance to Councillor Rentz, at my council on Monday, we made changes to 160 streets in Waterloo, including William Street, reducing it to a 40-kilometer zone, so to reduce cut-through desirability if this bike lane project goes through. And moreover, if it does go through, to install some unwarranted stop signs on Dietz to stop the cut-through traffic there, or at least try to.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. Thank you, Matthew. Those are all the questions I have for you. The next delegation is Dorothy McCabe from Waterloo. Welcome, Dorothy. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much. As Madam Chair said, I'm Dorothy McCabe. I'm a resident in Waterloo, active community volunteer, recreational and commuter cyclist. So first, I wanted to start by saying thank you to our council and regional staff who've worked really tirelessly over the past few months to respond to, and you're continuing to respond to, the evolving pandemic. So on behalf of all the citizens, so thank you. I know it's been a tireless task. I want to take you back to October 10th, 2018, when by a unanimous vote, Region of Waterloo Council declared a climate emergency in our region. So election night, then 2 weeks later, 3 new regional councillors were elected and all the others remained. Meaning that the vast majority of you who voted to declare a climate emergency remain in office, and presumably you still believe that a climate emergency that you declared in 2018 still exists. As well, nearly all of our lower tier local municipalities also voted to declare a climate emergency. Statements by members of council regarding the 2018 discussion were as follows. Municipalities are prime consumers of the world's energy and producers of carbon emissions. Municipalities need to start taking initiatives to work more proactively deal with these issues. There must be continued support for climate action at the region and work to improve targets where possible. And council members stress that declaring a climate emergency is, quote, just a start, and it's not the resolution that gets done, it's what we put behind it. And I believe that you still believe in those statements. And I agree that resolutions do nothing without action behind it. So I and others recognize that the region has taken some steps regarding initiatives to respond to the climate emergency, and we certainly applaud you for those progressive, future-focused discussions, which are a few of them, but certainly not limited to the launch of the ION a year ago. Happy anniversary. Support for community-based environmental groups like Green Solutions, Climate Action Waterloo Region, which I'm a member of, Sustainable Waterloo Region, your decision to work with Climate Action Waterloo Region to champion the development of Waterloo Region's first ever climate action plan on climate change, and certainly the decision to develop the 80 by 50 plan to reduce carbon emissions 80% by 2050, which is truly an ambitious but necessary goal. So further, we recognize that your strategic plans, strategic imperatives, one of your strategic imperatives is climate action, with the focus on individual and collective responsibility and action to reduce GHG emissions. Additionally, one of your plan's areas of focus, strategic focus, includes sustainable transportation, stipulating that the region aspires to increase participation in active forms of transportation, walking and cycling, and improve road safety for all users, drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, and because it's Waterloo Region, horses and buggies. So taking direction from your strategic plan, your transportation master plan also encourages active transportation. So these commitments are vital in order to meet our collective target of reducing by 80% greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So these are important steps and important decisions that you've already made. Now we're asking you to take another important step and to vote in favor of actioning the recommended pilot projects in the road reallocation report. Federal and provincial governments, of course, also are involved in policy planning, transportation policy, and funding. However, as you know, many transportation-related policies are made locally by municipalities. And studies have shown, and I believe, that citizens want to make the choice to reduce their environmental impact. They want to do their part to reduce their GHG emissions. However, they need you as our decision makers to make active transportation options a safe choice for them. Voting for the active transportation pilot projects in the road reallocation report is a response to all those citizens who are, through their own actions, buying every available bike left in a local bike store and fixing their own bikes and a million other actions they're trying to take. They're showing that they want to do their part to reduce GHG emissions. They are looking for you to help them make a difference. So citizens, governments, businesses, organizations of all kinds across every sector have demonstrated beyond a doubt over the last 3 months that we can change our behaviors and we can change them very dramatically. Making different transportation choices is no different than making the decision to, for example, go shopping at a local plaza or to sit on a patio. Citizens will make these choices and change their behaviors when it is safe to do so. So regional transportation staff, with the advice and urging of citizens advisory groups and climate change organizations and volunteers, have provided you tonight creative, effective, quick options to make active transportation safer. So if you believe, as you did in 2018, that there is a climate crisis, and if you believe that action is required to reduce GHGs, and if you believe that the region can and should enact changes to reduce GHGs caused by vehicular transportation, and I believe that you still believe these things are to be true, then this is the unique, timely decision-making opportunity for you. As a decision maker in our community with the ability to act in a future-focused manner, we are all asking you to remember your commitments and your concern regarding the climate and the climate emergency. And while no one would wish for the current pandemic situation, it does provide the opportunity to imagine a future in which our streets are shared more equally and more safely among different modes of transportation, of travel. So it's time again to take another step in our collective response to address the climate emergency. So I'll summarize by just asking you to please vote to enable regional staff to implement the pilot projects recommended in the report. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Dorothy. And I have a question from Councillor Galloway.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I first want to thank Dorothy and David, particularly from Climate Action WR, for the efforts that they put in the earlier days to bring forward a very comprehensive report to so that has now led to this eventuality. It's taken not as long as it often does to get to this point, Dorothy. So thank you to you and David, and thanks also for tying this into climate action. It is, as you mentioned, one of the high objectives of one of the top objectives, that and affordable housing in our new strategic plan. So I did want to ask you though, the primary purpose of doing this project is COVID related, to try to create more space for bicycles, getting them off certain other areas so pedestrians have a better chance at social distancing. So this benefits pedestrians, even though they're bike lanes, it affects positively pedestrians as well. But one of the secondary purposes of this project, and you've touched on it, is that it is a pilot project. It is looking at what happens when you take a 4-lane road and you make it 2 lanes, or in some cases 3 lanes instead of 4. So do you have any idea what some of those learnings might be, Dorothy, in terms of what we might find out at the end of the pilot part of this project? And these lanes may go on over the winter. I'm going to talk to that later. But in terms of, let's say, the fair weather time that these lanes will be in effect, what you're hoping some of the learnings will be as a pilot.
So thanks for
Dorothy?
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry, through you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Tom, for the nice shout out. It's been a pleasure to contribute to this, certainly with David Trueman's leadership and many others in Waterloo region. So, so what do we think we might learn, or what we hope we might learn from this? Well, certainly I can tell you what I've learned since my time starting to really kind of embrace cycling is that, I mean, there's a lot of things you can learn, but I mean, I think primarily what I learned is that it's easier than people imagine when it's safe to do so, right? Like, and it's easier to get around our community. If you had like a bird's eye view of our community and could see the network of streets and certainly trails, and hopefully soon more protected bike trails, you can see that our community is easier to get around than I think people imagine it is. And I think that establishing these like the interconnectedness and the network of bike lanes will demonstrate that and show people. I think it was David in his presentation was talking about the amount of trips that are 2, 5, maybe 10 kilometers in nature. That's the majority of the trips that so many people in our neighborhood. If you think about the times you need to run out to the grocery store, or maybe go to church, or you're going over to your friend's place, or you want to get to downtown Kitchener or uptown Waterloo, or in my case, over to Cambridge. Places are easier to get to than you think when they're connected. And I think that's one of the big things that people will learn from this so people are now, as I said, buying up every available bike and fixing their old bikes, and getting out there and trying it. If you and we together in the regional staff plan can make it safer to do so, I mean, I see how people will embrace it. Because they're going to learn it's not as daunting and scary as you think, and it's quicker than you think to get around with some preparation. But again, we need to make it safe for them, or you're quite simply not going to put your kid out on the street.
Councillor Galloway, any more questions?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Thank you very much, Dorothy.
Everyone.
The next delegate is Marta Generoux, Ziggy Cycle and Sport Limited. Marta, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for having me. Good evening, Regional Council. Thank you for having me this evening. I prepared some notes, but I do agree and support the comments raised by the other delegates. I'm part of a small business, Ziggy Cycle and Sport, located in downtown Kitchener. I am a fellow cyclist and commuter. There has been a surge in bike sales and service since the onset of COVID-19. However, I must say that the cycling community in the region has always been strong, even before the pandemic. I'm a firm believer that building more cycling connectivity with more cycling infrastructure will create more cyclists. This will give cyclists the opportunity for a safe means of transportation for work, fitness, and play, while resulting in a reduced carbon footprint for our community. In addition, cycling is affordable for all, especially when compared to personal automobile use. Active transportation is also key in supporting vital small businesses along cycling routes. Not only bike stores, but restaurants, retail shops, and other services. Shifting trips to more effective travel modes is essential to upgrading the performance of limited street space with multimodal transportation, including cycling. The health benefits of cycling are also well documented, including mental health improvements to the cardiovascular system, breathing, muscular, and immune system, all good things in a pandemic and beyond. To summarize, I support the regional staff's proposal to reduce 24 kilometers of 4-lane roads down to 2 lanes of motorized traffic and providing the space for cycling. Beyond COVID-19, I believe this is also an important decision into the future, as it will help shift the cultural norms for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. I see no questions, but you're welcome to stay. The next and last delegate that we have registered is Emily Slofstra. Welcome, Emily. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of our delegations. I've spoken to you before on behalf of STSWR. I'm also speaking tonight in support of the active transportation road reallocations and the positive impacts on public health specifically. Before I get into it, I just want to acknowledge that it feels like a privilege to be able to discuss bike lanes to this extent when we have not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but also need to focus as a region on ending anti-Black racism in Waterloo region. There are intersections between public health, racism, policing, and transportation that obviously we don't have time to get into tonight. But if councillors are looking for more information, I'd recommend the books The End of Policing and Policing the Open Road, both of which look at some of these issues. So back to cycling and also public health. For the last few months, I haven't really been engaging with active transportation as much as I had in the past because I've been working as a registered nurse in a local emergency department and also at the COVID testing clinic. So I've been focused on keeping myself and my family safe and healthy. And that's why I want to speak about active transportation from a public health perspective. Just anecdotally, it feels like we've been seeing an increase in overdoses in the emergency department, excess alcohol consumption, mental health crises that are exacerbated by isolation and lack of services. We don't have local research with exact numbers of this, if it's actually true or not, or if it's just a perception. But we are seeing other research coming out to support this. So in the record today, there was actually an article that looked at the Mental Health Commission of Canada and the Conference Board of Canada conducted a mental health pulse check surveying 1,800 Canadians across Canada between April 17th and May 15th. And they found that 84% of respondents reported worsening mental health concerns since mid-March when the pandemic began locking down the country. Another study from McMaster shows that 6 weeks of chronic stress can lead to depressive symptoms, even in people without a prior diagnosis. So we're past that 6-week point in the pandemic, and people may be experiencing depressed moods unlike anything they've experienced before. I want to note that if anyone is experiencing anxiety or depressive symptoms, that they should probably speak to a primary care provider or seek other resources. But they also note that just 30 minutes of exercise 3 times a week can help alleviate symptoms of depression. Another study I found out of Ireland found that since the start of lockdown, physical activity was reduced by 32% among previously active participants, but was largely unchanged among previously inactive participants. The researchers concluded that concerted efforts to maintain and enhance physical activity participation and limit screen time during pandemic-related public health restrictions are needed to mitigate short and likely long-term mental health consequences. So as a region, our messaging for months was not to go outside except absolutely necessary, which was important at the time, but I think now many people have gotten into a routine of not going out. So before the second wave hits in the fall, which it very likely might, we need to be encouraging residents to get out, get fresh air, and explore their cities and neighborhoods. The region's still recommending staying 2 meters from others, both inside and outside. And even if that restriction loosens at some point, I think it's fully ingrained in people's psyches at this point. When you go for a walk, when you go for a bike ride, people are staying apart. And I think that's why this, one of the reasons why this project is so important. We can get cyclists off the sidewalk and into bike lanes so that people can safely use the sidewalk. Now, this has added benefits as well, that it avoids collisions between other vulnerable users, so between cyclists and pedestrians as well. Many offices are staying closed through the end of 2020, possibly beyond. So I'd love to see the region support local businesses to promote physical activity for their employees. If schools are open, but offices are closed, this is an ideal time to promote walking and biking to school. So if parents are home, they're able to maybe possibly take their kids to school in a way that they weren't able to before, and then go home and get back to their computers, which also gives them the added benefit of getting more physical activity than they might otherwise. So having this grid across the region to make it possible for people to get to school, as Leslie spoke up to earlier, is really important. And then a final point on health. Another recent report found Ontarians living in marginalized neighborhoods, as measured by ethnic concentration, residential instability, material deprivation, and income, they're more likely to test positive for COVID-19. I firmly believe we need to do everything we can to make more space for all residents to get out and get active from all across the region. For those who don't have a vehicle and don't feel comfortable on transit, these lanes might help them get to work. For those who don't have a home gym and want to exercise, these lanes are part of, or will be part of, a great network to get people around the city to work up a sweat without fear of getting hit by a motor vehicle. For families in apartment buildings and homes without a yard, these lanes will provide access to parks and green space to spend time in nature and improve mental wellness. So whether these are just temporary or if they become permanent eventually, the region, as we've obviously heard previously tonight, they've committed to enhancing access to active transportation infrastructure for sustainability and other reasons, and now it's needed more than ever. We need more space for physical activity while maintaining physical distancing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. There are a couple questioners, but I'm going to first go to Councillor Kiefer. Did you want to make your comment or ask your question at this juncture? Emily is our last.
No, I'm going to make my comments after these two questions come in.
Okay, Councillor Galloway.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. And before I ask you the question, Emily, I just wanted to thank you for being one of our frontline heroes for the work that you're doing in the emergency department and more recently at the new testing center at Catalyst. It takes special people to do that, and you're obviously one of them. But in terms of your advocacy for cycling, which of course we all are very well aware of, you've presented in front of this council and other councils on numerous occasions. What is the opportunity that we are going to miss if we do not go ahead with this particular project, this particular, in terms, not so much in terms of the COVID consequences, but in terms of the pilot implications in terms of future cycling infrastructure in our community?
Emily?
Thanks, Tom, and thank you for your compliments as well. I think we're seeing sort of a global shift to moving towards active transportation as a whole. Just people are out of their cars right now, and so this is a great time to get people to rethink how they get around and other aspects of their lives as well. So what they do in their spare time, how much they want to work, if they want to work at all, those sorts of questions are being asked a lot now. So I think this is a really great time to build this network. So we're seeing so many aspects of this being built, the slow streets as well, just being able to bike anywhere or get anywhere across the city. So I think it would be a missed opportunity, and I think would be lagging behind a lot of other areas, like around the world's major cities in Europe, across Canada as well. We're seeing all of these networks being built, and I think it would be great for the public health of our region and residents to continue with this.
Okay.
Councillor Galloway?
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McGarry.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Emily, for your work tonight. I've always said I'm a I'm a nurse myself, but nurses often are able to connect the dots when it comes to somebody's well-being and their health. And you've done it so beautifully tonight that it all really interconnects. It sort of goes with the saying that the heel bone's connected to the head bone. And if you look at cycling, it just touches so many aspects of our lives in order to promote health and wellness, and to also try to mitigate some of the effects that we have been seeing, from the social isolation to the mental health components to the lack of exercise in our community due to closed gyms. Cycling tends to connect all those dots, and I think you've done it really beautifully. A couple of questions for you, and again, thank you for being front lines. I did that during SARS, and it's very anxiety producing for healthcare workers. I get that. So a couple questions. One, do you think that in the fall, just depending on what schools look like, that having these transportation routes, at least a tryout, might help in safe and active routes to school? And secondly, do you think that putting these active transportation routes in now as a component of what people can try out in our community, do you think that that will help to lead to people thinking about cycling long term, especially as we build out some of our cycling networks?
Yes, thank you again for your work as well, frontline worker in the past, Councillor McGarry. So to answer your second question first, I do think if we do this now, it will help people think long term. As Marta said earlier, people are buying up like never before. So if we don't have the infrastructure for them to keep using this in the future, once the roads are full again, if we go back to our sort of normal as before, I think they'll just rust in their garages and people won't use them. So if we really take advantage of this now, while especially we are seeing such a greater increase of people cycling, I think we'll see it continue into the future beyond the pandemic. And then for your other question about children going to school as well, I mean, there's also the possibility that schools will be closed in the fall. So in that case, I think parents will also need more opportunities to get their kids out and safely biking and getting physical activity. Or even if schools are open some days of the week but not others, I think there's going to be need to get out and active. And then I think if people are getting out with their kids to get to school, I know Leslie mentioned that there's a need to have fewer kids on buses, so providing those opportunities. Separated bike lanes are really essential if there is inclement weather. I know a lot of people don't believe that families especially can bike in the winter. We got my daughter a fat bike to bike in the snow because we're a little bit more hardcore than the average family. But for families who don't have that, having a separated bike lane is really important to be able to bike even if it's raining. Like, it's not hard to bike when it's raining. It's just a little bit more scary that it might be slippery or a little bit more nerve-wracking if there's wet leaves or something in the bike lane. So being able to have this separated infrastructure helps families to be able to get out even if it's wet and rainy or just like a little bit damp on the ground or something. So I think it will be really beneficial. Okay. Hopefully that answered everything.
It did. Thank you very much.
So colleagues, I also want to draw your attention to a correspondence from Michelle DeRoche, Laurie Van Arsen from Cambridge, and Rod Suffling from Kitchener-Reedy Easy Riders Cycling Club. They had not delegated, but they had sent correspondence on this issue. Councillor Kiefer, do you have questions or comments at this juncture?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long wait. Just first of all, I wanted to thank staff on a well done job, tabling advantages and disadvantages of looking at building more cycling connectivity. It definitely has climate benefits and it does have health benefits. And I also want to thank the delegations. They came through very well with their presentations. There were some concerns I have about the Cambridge stretch that's being involved here. One is the fact is that it's only temporary. I want to make it clear. I sat on Cambridge Council for 22 years and I was an advocate of the trail system. I'm very proud of the Cambridge trails, by the way. I worked with Bob McMullen, who was the trail guy down there, and he worked tirelessly on getting the trails fixed up and increased and things like that. And he was also an avid cyclist. And I agree with a lot of things, most of the things that were said tonight. However, the concerns I have about the Cambridge stretch are First of all, there's a hospital, Cambridge Memorial Hospital, that's on Coronation Boulevard. My concern is for vehicles to be able to get to that hospital in a hurry. And, you know, that's a heavy traveled section of Cambridge. I'm going to tell you something. There's the corner of Coronation Boulevard, King Street, and Concession Road is a bottleneck, heavy bottleneck when Toyota traffic or their shift are finished and there's heavy traffic there. Compounded on top of that, that's a railway crossing right there. And when the train comes across, nothing moves. And so that adds to the complication of you know, doing what this temporary pilot project has in mind. I checked with some of the business community and they're not thrilled about it either because, you know, it's a main thoroughfare and the traffic is going to be coming back, you know, post-COVID thing. And the traffic that needs to head down there needs to head down that way right to the Cambridge core area, Galt area, I should say. So that is a concern. I did bounce it off some of the people at the chamber, and they said the businesses were concerned about having that. Having said that, I think, you know, we should probably do something in terms of going ahead with permanent projects in terms of connectivity with cycle lanes. And I'm not, you know, it bothers me that this is only going to be for a couple of months and then we take it away and we're going to spend $500K on this thing. You know, that's not sitting well either. I wish the $500K could be put into something more permanent rather than temporary. And I don't know, I just to speak up for all people, and I'm speaking up for the ones that were concerned about, you know, this happening on that stretch. As far as the KW portion, I have no objection. My colleagues might have, but I don't have any objection there. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Kiefer. Councillor Jaworski.
To the chair, I see there weren't any further hands up, and I just wonder if maybe we're at the point where questions are done and we're looking forward to moving the motion, perhaps, or where.
Well, I have Councillor Galloway moving and Councillor Ravanovich seconding it. Did you want to jump in, Councillor Jaworski?
No, I will let them move it. My only comment, well, I'll give it now. My comment to staff is, you know, I was out by on Herb Street. We have construction projects going out there on Beechwood Drive, where Herb Street is narrowed down to 2 lanes currently, and that is working quite fine. One thing I would note to staff is give consideration to this. Certainly we don't want traffic infiltration into our neighborhoods. And if you look at the Herb Street West portion, which goes from Westmount all the way to Caroline, where the LRT tracks are. And just a reminder, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, we reconstructed Herb by Father David Bauer Drive, so Delta Hotel to CG. And we created bike lanes there that already run from Menno Street to Caroline. So maybe the lane closure eastbound into Uptown only needs to go to Menno Street and could better be used for queuing vehicles for the LRT crossing and thus preventing Herb Street traffic infiltrating on, say, Menno Street into Uptown West, trying to avoid that. So more just food for thought, but I thought the connectivity provided by this was excellent.
So just for clarification, thank you for those comments, Councillor Jaworski. Councillor Kiefer had asked to speak during the delegations, but at the end of it. So that's why I took his comments at that point in time. So the motion has been moved by Councillor Galloway, seconded by Councillor Ravanovich. Councillor Jowett.
Thanks, Chair Redman. So I too have had lots of calls, and I had several conversations with Tom Strickland. Hi, Tom. And so my concern, and I appreciate, because Tom Strickland sent me lots of information actually today to look at. My concern is the emergency vehicles being able to approach Cambridge Memorial Hospital in and out, ingress and egress efficiently and effectively, so that it doesn't interfere with saving lives, certainly. And then my other question is to staff. Am I to, is it, does the 500,000 only get allocated to this particular initiative, or is this something that could actually have merit in another place, or could we consult with the Cambridge Council and find out if there's a better place other than Coronation, maybe? And oh, and can I remind people that Hespeler is part of the region? I just wanted to just stick that in there really quickly. Okay.
So thank you. That is duly noted, Councillor Jowett, and we'll go to Mr. Schmidt. And the two questions were about access to Cambridge Hospital for emergency vehicles, and if this is the best use, and was Cambridge Council consulted. So over to you, Mr. Schmidt.
Through you, Madam Chair. I do know, and I've had quite a few dealings with paramedics on during the ION project, and they have always assured me that they are very capable of moving through traffic in the various ways. Like it still happens, whether there's a bike lane there or other streets, traffic is always part of their job. And so we have not specifically talked to them about this, unless Mr. Vandekere has. I'm not aware of that. He can comment after this. But I am very aware that paramedics are well trained in being able to negotiate various traffic situations. It's a normal part of their job that they do every single day. As far as consulting with Cambridge Council, we have not. We have talked to Cambridge staff in coming up with this proposal. I think part of what we're trying to do is put together a good plan that, as delegations and others have noted, stitches together and links various pieces of infrastructure that already exist, and we're trying to do that quickly. And we have a very short period of time at this point. We need to really get this out and get it done by end of July, have everything in place in order to have a good, meaningful period that we can run for a pilot, which information we can then use to make decisions on whether we would like to do something more permanent in these areas in the future. And the information may show that that is worthwhile doing, but it's really us trying to be on the fast track. It's part of why we haven't done the type of really extensive and long-term consultation we might do on something like this normally. It's really trying to get it done as quickly as we can.
So can I take liberties here, Chair Redman, while I have Thomas?
Well, just a minute. You can ask again, Helen, but Mr. Vandekere, did you want to respond to Helen's first questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Schmidt answered the question fairly well. If there are vehicles queued in the general driving lane, they can move over into the bike lane. The barrel spacing would be more than adequate in order for vehicles to move over to allow emergency vehicles to get by if necessary. And the other question was about whether we had consulted with City Council. This location was actually on a list that had been originally suggested by Climate Action Waterloo Region and was provided to city staff. And I think the list that was presented to city staff was probably fairly extensive. And I think city staff took a good look at it and vetted it. And this was one of the locations that ended up on a list that city staff had recommended to us. And we agreed that it was a great route to connect Preston and Galt. So we decided to move forward with this. And again, we're trying to move forward as quickly as possible. So
thank you. Councillor Jowett, do you have another question?
Thank you very much for indulging me. So Thomas, thank you for that. And this has been extremely helpful. So in the vein that this is a pilot project and we're kind of rushing to get it on the table, and I'm really glad to hear from Mr. Vandekere that we have engaged our community. So I'm just asking that what kinds of things will you look at that would predict key success factors or not so much once the pilot project has commenced?
I am going to pass that to Mr. Vandekere to respond.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll be doing traffic counts before and during, and those counts will include cyclists as well as vehicles, and we'll also be monitoring for collisions and other operational issues such as queuing and so on. So we'll be keeping an eye on those road sections. We may have to make some adjustments as things go, but we'll be keeping a close eye on all those road sections.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Questions, Councillor Jowett? Councillor Schatz?
Thank you. I support active transportation. I think it's a really important initiative for us. And I'm also very proud of the way the region has developed the regional road system. It's very easy to get around, for the most part, Waterloo region as a driver. I'm not a cyclist at this point. I hope someday I will be again. I was at one point in my life, but so I don't want to, what do I want to say here? Not everyone rides bicycle. A lot of people still drive. And so I think it's important to keep that in balance. And I know staff will, and that'll be part of the part of the evaluation at the end. That said, we do have a unique opportunity to explore an effective infrastructure network for both vehicles and cyclists. And so I'm going to support the recommendation because I think it is a very unique opportunity we have. And I just hope that in the evaluation of this pilot project that we look at whether taking the lanes of traffic off of those roads is the best way to provide that infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor Schatz. Councillor Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for staff and possibly some comments as well. You mentioned the Michelle DeRocher, and she emailed me again today and was curious about, do we have counts on, she's on the corner of Highland Road and Westmount Road, and there's bike lanes currently on both of those roads. Do we have counts on how many cyclists use the painted bike lanes?
Mr. Schmidt or Mr. Vandekar, who would answer that?
Mr. Vandekar.
Through you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything handy right now. We could look to see what recent counts were done at the intersection of Highland and Westmount. We do have recent counts at Westmount and Glasgow.
Cyclists? Just cyclists?
We would have cyclists. We would also have pedestrians and vehicles at that intersection.
How do we count the cyclists, Mr. Vandekar?
There's a camera there and software that analyzes the video and tracks 24/7 all cyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles going through the Westmount Glasgow intersection. We've been tracking that throughout the pandemic and prior to the pandemic at that location.
Is that information that you could share with council at some point? I've never seen a report like that.
We can certainly provide a graph of the latest information. I have been sending around some graphs to interested residents who have asked about our opinions on how low the traffic volumes are during COVID. So that's one of our permanent count stations that we're using as a sample of our entire network.
Okay. Can you give us
Councillor Lawrence, more questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The temporary measures themselves, there's talks about pylon cones. You mentioned barrels. What exactly is it? For example, on Westmount Road, how are we going to close that lane off? Is it going to be similar to what's on Belmont now and what's on Queens Boulevard, or is it a different technique? Emily had mentioned how safe that she would feel with the lane closed off, but if we're just putting down plastic or rubber cones, I'm not so sure that cars zipping by at 50 or 60 kilometers on Westmount Road, I'd feel real warm and fuzzy about walking down there with my grandkids.
Mr. Vandekar?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're proposing to use standard construction type barrels. They're quite monolithic. They're not skinny little cones. They're actually pretty robust, and they would be spaced at 4 or 5 meters along the driving lane. I think they'll be quite visible to drivers, and the drivers on those roads are going to feel that the road is pinched. So it's likely that we will see some reduction in travel speeds as a result of the roads looking and feeling more constricted. But that's the plan. And the reason why we chose barrels is plain and simple. They're the fastest to get up with available in the construction industry. And we can mobilize a contractor within a couple of weeks and get barrels up on these roads very quickly. That was the prime reason for that. The infrastructure that is on Belmont Avenue and on Queens Boulevard and also on the region's pilot project consists of flexible bollards that are generally bolted to the asphalt, and they may or may not include rubber curbing. That's a more complex system, more expensive, and it takes a lot more time to install. That may be part of a consideration for 2021 if we are going to make some of these facilities more permanent, including the extensions that we're considering on Herb and the one on Bridgeport. But for now, in the interest of expediting, barrels was chosen as the quickest way to get these lanes closed.
So it'll look like there's road construction going on. Say, for example, Highland Road is starting. We're going to approve that tonight, starting sometime in July. And they'll keep 2 lanes open, so they'll be open to traffic all the time, but that will be constricted as well. So this will look like there's a road construction going on, correct?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, we will install some additional signage as information to drivers and cyclists, to letting them know the purpose of the lane closures. Because we expect that some residents might think that we're imminently going to be ripping up curb and asphalt there. So we'll be adding some additional informational signs to make sure that it's clear that it's for cycling.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. In the report, which is, I don't know, 300 pages long, the addendum, a lot of good comments. And there's a lot of comments from people that wanted to make sure they wanted to be heard about their concerns, especially on Westmount Road. But in there, and I've been trying to find it, I read it, I think, the other day, that talks about the possibility of winter maintenance for the section for Westmount Road, for all of it. And I thought it said $30,000. Am I? No? Is that ringing a bell?
Mr. Vandeker or Mr. Schmidt, does that sound familiar?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are references in the report to which facilities can and cannot be maintained in the winter, and if so, what the additional costs would be. We did note that construction barrels cannot be practically winter maintained in those areas. So there would be consideration, subject to the success of the project and traffic operations, of converting those closed lanes from a lane that's closed with barrels to a reserve lane, which would be designated as reserved for buses and bikes only. And that would be converted using paint and signage. So there would be no more barrels. And then that can be winter maintained just like a regular driving lane, because there's no obstructions that would interfere with the plowing operation. So the lanes would have to be converted in order for the winter maintenance to occur.
What page on the report is that in? Do you know? Does any, Thomas?
Through Madam Chair, it is included in the table on page 82 and 83. But to be clear, Council is not voting on any winter maintenance at this point today. What we're talking about today is the temporary barrels, the closing till the end of October. Staff would review the operations, and if we were planning on moving forward with making changes, there would be a subsequent report to Council, likely in late September, early October, saying we propose making this change, and Council would then have a full opportunity to make a decision on that. So that there is no decision required on that today at all. other than the plan today is we get these installed as quickly as we can, and at the end of October, the barrels would be removed, is what's proposed today.
Are we buying these barrels or are we renting them? Are we going to own these barrels so we can use them on other projects? Do you know? Or are we just renting them from a contractor?
Mr. Vandeker and his staff are looking at what the best options are, so I'm not sure if you have a decision on that yet.
Through you, Madam Chair, we looked at options of renting versus buying. The challenge with buying is procuring that many barrels in a short time frame, and it would cost more. It does have the advantage you could use them again in subsequent years. We're talking 5,000 or 6,000 barrels here, so this is not a small amount of barrels, but we would be challenged to even find a place to store those barrels if we decided to buy them. The one advantage of renting them is it's quicker mobilization, and then we can also ask the contractor to do the patrolling and maintenance of the barrels over the rental period. So there's advantages and disadvantages of each system, and I think what we're looking at recommending the rentals at this point, because if we were to continue with this facility on these locations in 21, I would prefer to look at something more permanent, similar to what is already on Queen Street, Queens Boulevard, or Belmont Avenue, or on the lanes in the region's pilot project on University Avenue in Columbia, which would be a different than the barrels.
Councillor Rents, do you have any more questions?
No, not for now. I'd like to make some comments later on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. You can make them now if you want, but do you want to reserve your right to come back and make comments?
Well, I can make them now. I have no problem with that. I guess I'm concerned, especially with Westmount Road. I drive it every day, and I see the amount of traffic. You know, Councillor Jaworski had said that they've made a number of changes, putting in extra stop signs and reducing the speed to 40 kilometers. That's only as good as the enforcement that you can get to make sure people use that. So that's another concern. I've seen changes made where people just bleed off the main streets and try to cut through subdivisions or quieter streets. So I'm concerned about that, especially on Westmount. I think I'm still disappointed that we received the report on Monday and we dealt with the issue on Tuesday. And the public consultation we've had is basically anybody that knows how to use a computer and has the time to go in and make the comments. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be a little upset when they see what was happening there and really don't know why so I'm concerned about that. Our responsibility is to try to consult and let people know when we make decisions. And I was quite surprised by how quickly the report came. I'm also kind of floored about the price. People say, well, it's only $500,000, and it's still $500,000. I don't know, moving that into our affordable housing account, I think that we could probably do a lot of good in this community. And I just want to remind everybody that not everybody is successful. Lots of small businesses have closed. Lots of people are looking for jobs. So, when we just sit back and willy-nilly decide that, we're going to close off a road or close down lanes for a couple of months, that $500,000, I think we have to sometimes give ourselves a reality check. What I like to propose over the next few months and over the winter months is we need to find a better way to do this. And I know that the regional staff work with me, the lower tier staff, but there's got to be some value. For example, Lakeside Park near my neighborhood was paved 2 years ago, and it's a beautiful trail. It can be winter maintained, and we need to look at how we can have some quick wins like that, where we can go on stone dust trails and turn them into pavement, so people can enjoy those. I think we need to look at how we can make some connections, some quick connections that make sense, and start hooking up trails that just go from one place to another and stop. And so those are the kinds of things that I think that we can get good value for our money, and I think people would notice, and it would make accessibility of all of our trail systems a lot better. I don't like the idea of people riding their bikes or even walking down busy regional roads that are designed to carry lots of traffic and truck traffic and feel comfortable about it. There's got to be a better way how we can make these connections without closing down lanes. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support this as a pilot project. I consider myself a pretty regular biker, and for the last 5-6 weeks, I have intentionally avoided the Iron Horse Trail and the spur line because of the number of people on it. And particularly as I feel as a biker, I'm infringing on people that are on these facilities, looking for places to walk. And so I think there is a need for other places for people that want to bike. And I see this proposal as an opportunity to do that. One of the questions I have is I'm a little concerned about the section between Glasgow and Erb, where the people living on that section, the houses are all front lotted onto Westmount. So there is going to be some difficulty, I think, for them getting back out onto the road. On Westmount, there's a stoplight at Erb, there's one at Dietz, there's one at William, and then the next one is not until Glasgow. And I'm part of the steering committee that's reviewing the redesign and reconstruction of Westmount. And I know has been some conversation about redesigning the intersection at Union and Westmount. And my question to staff would be, is there any possibility of putting a temporary stoplight at Westmount and Union as part of this pilot that would give another opening for traffic to slow down and people to be able to get in and out of their driveways on Westmount? Does that need some kind of, can regional staff just do that, or does that require some approval?
I will, Mr. Schmidt.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will probably ask Steve to answer, but usually when we put in temporary lights or anything like that, we are looking at warrants. And we would normally bring a report forward if it was warranted. Temporary usually is for construction type purposes. But Mr. Vanderkeer, I'm not sure if you have any information on that intersection specifically.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going on memory. I think that location has met the warrants for signals. So staff were planning to install signals, but also requires that the intersection be reconstructed and reconfigured. There's a little bit of an offset between the two opposite streets, and they both have a fairly wide median. So it makes for a very awkward intersection. So in order for the signals to function properly, there's quite a lot of reconstruction and changes in the curbing and medians that would be required to make that function properly. And I think that was planned as part of the upcoming reconstruction, at least part of that Westmount Road project that was in front of council, I think, several months ago. Mm-hmm. And then there were some concerns raised about the cycling facilities through there. Staff and design and construction were taking it back and looking at some additional options. So in terms of the ability to quickly put up temporary signals, I guess I could answer that it could be possible. I'd have to discuss this with staff. I mean, it would take some time to do it. They wouldn't be up in 3 weeks or anything like that. It could take a couple of months to get a design and get something installed. We'd have to put in temporary poles and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering how well that the intersection would function if we weren't able to make the curb changes that are required to really make the signals function properly through there. So I'd ask for Councillor Erb's patience, and I could get back to him on that because I'd really like to confer with transportation and design and construction staff before I can give a fulsome answer on that one.
Thank you. I think it would be worthwhile looking at. And if I may, one more comment, Madam Chair. Was either Mr. Schmidt or Mr. Vandeker that made the comment that the barrels slow down traffic and give a tighter space. And I think we proved that on Herbsville Road, where barrels were installed there for traffic calming reasons, and it made a significant difference to the people on Herbsville Road and the people that live there. So I think this is a transformative opportunity to look at active transportation and expanding it in the region, and I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to break down my comments into two components. The first and the foremost and the most important is the reason that we're doing this, and this is about COVID. This is really to take some temporary measures to allow for social distancing. This is about reducing infections and allowing people to go outside and enjoy the outdoors during the pandemic. We're spending a lot of money in other areas for the pandemic at some of our facilities. Spending a lot of money in transit, losing a lot of revenue in transit. Protective equipment that is being used very extensively. We as a corporation are doing a lot of things internally, but for some of our services that we're providing to the public, we're also having some additional money. And this is just another example of trying to deal with the pandemic and trying to provide for social distancing. And as I said earlier, this has benefits for their bike lanes. But one of the big objectives of this is to try to give cyclists another opportunity, another alternative to cycle on and not be in the pedestrian's way, as many people, delegations, and other members of council have indicated. I think it's also clear that this is temporary. And if there is some huge problem in any one or more of these areas where we're thinking of doing this, we can make adjustments very quickly because it is a temporary thing. So I don't think people need to look at this as necessarily long-term. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But as far as a COVID initiative, we're looking at this on a temporary basis. Now, in terms of cycling in general, we do have, or active transportation in general, we have a very high objective in our strategic plan. It's at the very highest level that active transportation is one of our top initiatives, along with affordable housing. And here's an opportunity for us to advance cycling infrastructure in a pilot context, so that we can get some learnings from what happens to our roads. I mean, a lot of people think it's going to be a disaster for cars. Well, I'm not exactly sure it will be. It will certainly slow the cars down because of the pain. But will people take an extra 30 seconds to get to work, or is it going to be an extra 5 or 10 minutes? We have to move the needle, and this is one way to move the needle. This is a pilot. It's been, and the learnings that we're going to get from this are going to be very important. Speaking specifically to Westmount Road, I'm not sure the 2-lane cross-section could be a permanent configuration, but I think we'll learn from this whether or not the 3-lane cross-section could be a permanent solution to Westmount Road, and I suspect it can be. I think we can probably find that out to some extent with the 2-lane cross section that we're going to have for a temporary period of time. I think it's a great opportunity to exploit, to use an aggressive term, all the bike sales and the renewed interest and the new interest in cycling. This is a way that we can capitalize on this for the long term, even though these projects may be temporary in nature, although the learnings could be permanent. We need to be able to capitalize on that. And here's another way of doing that. We're doing some permanent stuff. We're doing Victoria Street this year. We're just completing, and we'll be commissioning officially although I've been on it many times, the $8 million MUTs on Homer Watson. We've got work going on in Ottawa Street with permanent lanes. We've got lots of other things that we're doing that is going to exploit this explosion on renewed interest in cycling. So this is just another thing that we can do. And the fifth, but certainly not the least important, is climate action. We've made a commitment to climate action. We've declared a climate emergency. And we have declared that we're going to do whatever we can to address greenhouse gases. And here's a really good opportunity. It melds in very well with what's going on with COVID, what's going on with our cycling infrastructure. This is another piece of that puzzle that we put on the board, so to speak, for climate action. So it won't be perfect. There will be people that will not be happy with this. I will be getting phone calls and emails, and I'll deal with it. But this is something that we have to move forward on, I believe, in order to move the needle towards active transportation and trying to become less car-centric in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. Councillor Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support the resolution, and I'll just give you a little bit of rationale behind that. Number one, I think the process is flawed. This process started last Monday when the report became public, and we dealt with it Tuesday. And I compliment staff in a little bit of a hurry up to get some consultation with the public, and I appreciate those who shared their comments with council. But it's really a flawed process. There's not been any kind of robust public consultation with respect to this process whatsoever. So that's of concern to me. Also, hearing from staff tonight, they've mentioned more than once about the potential for permanency of what is supposedly a pilot project. They've already estimated what winter maintenance costs may be. So I'm also really concerned about how much of a pilot this really is going to be. And in a few months, we're going to be looking at a recommendation to make these changes permanent. So I'm concerned about that. The other thing is that, the rationale about decreased traffic volumes, I think had much more merit 2 months ago. Traffic, as we all know, is returning to its pre-COVID levels. Even last week, we heard from staff that it's up to around 80% of what its volume was before COVID. So by the time we get everything in another month or so, traffic is even going to be greater than that. And when you look at the roads that are being recommended to go on the so-called road diet, I have concerns with many of them, but I think taking 2 lanes away on Westmount Road is absolutely utter madness. I just think it's madness. You have all those houses that are front loaded on there, particularly from Glasgow to Erb Street. The volume of traffic already that exists on Westmount Road is going to create problems. And when you have that coupled with the plan to put the bike lanes in at Erb and Westmount, the traffic volume at that intersection already is quite high. I've heard from people who live in that neighborhood who are even more concerned about the queuing that's going to happen, which already exists, the increased queuing that's going to happen when those bike lanes are put into place. So I get trying to do whatever we can for climate change, and I get supporting active transportation, but I really, really like to support plans that are a little bit more well thought out. And I challenge the assertion that because we put in bike lanes, it's going to help the environment. I'd like to see some documentation, particularly around these busy intersections. Like at King and Erb, I hear complaints and also good comments from people in Waterloo about what's happened at that intersection. But how many cyclists are you going to have who are obviously traveling green? How does that compare to the increased traffic queuing you have at those intersections and the fumes that are emitted from those intersections, because now there's more volume, more congested, more queuing? So, there's pros and cons. There's costs and benefits to all these kinds of things. And cycling by itself is a benefit, and it's an excellent benefit. But if the unintended consequence is to create more queuing at these intersections, the increased carbon emissions from cars probably is greater than the benefit gained by someone cycling to work. So that kind of analysis needs to occur, and it's not. So that's a concern for me as well. The other thing, Madam Chair, is that, we got a report on the agenda later tonight projecting a potential deficit of $17 million for the region of Waterloo this year, and how we're going to fund that, and how we're going to ask for higher levels of government to support us and help offset that deficit that we're likely going to run this year. And here's a program that we're going to take 500 grand and basically throw it away. We're going to take 500 grand and, we're going to do this pilot project, spend the $500,000, and, no fuss, no muss. I talked to a business owner today. That is in danger of losing his business and contemplating the potential that he might lose his house. Now, I don't want to be overly simplistic or alarmist about this, but I think it's important for us to recognize that there's a lot of pain happening in our community right now. And I think the fact that we're going to have a plan here to take $500,000 and basically, spend all this extra money, I think it's not the right priority at this time. And I support active transportation, but I support well thought out, much consulted with the public, and building a knowledge base around the benefits of active transportation and putting into place permanent infrastructure. I really don't understand the rationale. I understand the arguments that are being made, but I don't see the merit in those arguments at this time for this plan. Happy to support and continue to support permanent infrastructure for active transportation, but this plan, and particularly that stretch along Westmount, makes no sense whatsoever. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strickland. Councillor Bravanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redman, and I'd like to begin by thanking staff actually for the great work that's been done on putting this report together. The thoughtful nature that's been put into something in a very difficult and challenging time, especially when none of us started January 1st believing that we would be dealing with a pandemic. As of March 12th, I think, is when the World Health Organization declared it, and our own emergencies were declared actually 3 months ago tomorrow. And as municipalities, as societies, as a planet, we've pivoted and responded in all sorts of significant ways in order to meet the needs of our communities and our citizens as we deal with the health impacts of COVID and the socioeconomic impacts of COVID going forward. I think I also want to thank all of the delegations that took time out of their evenings to join us this evening, and the many, many, many people that have written to us and continue to write us this evening. And while admittedly there is a variety of points and views on this issue, the vast majority have been supportive of going forward with these initiatives. And I do believe that in doing so, they do it because we're seeing in so many different ways where citizens and communities and people are recognizing we need to do a variety of things differently. COVID has caused an overall rethink by many, many people on issues that we as a council have grappled with, and as a municipality have grappled with, and will continue to grapple with going forward. But as I've said publicly, on things like climate change, on things like active transportation, on things like our shelter system and what we do in terms of supportive housing, we are entering a different era and a different world where we will not be going back to the way things were. And as such, it really becomes important that we recognize that and recognize where the community is at on these issues. And that as a community, we also are not falling behind the rest of the world and the rest of the country where, quite frankly, these initiatives are moving forward. As Councillor Galloway has said, this is primarily something that's moving forward so quickly because of COVID-19. But it's also in line with our strategic initiatives. It's also in line with our commitment towards active transportation. And it's also in line with the partnerships that we have with our area municipalities in terms of moving this forward. So I will be supporting this wholeheartedly. I would hope that the rest of council does. I do note that in the report, staff have indicated that there is that extra stretch on Westmount that could be accommodated for little additional cost. And so I would like to see that included if possible. I believe, would provide a level of connectivity, as has been noted, from Cambridge and North Dumfries all the way through to up to Woolwich. And that is something that I think we could all be extremely pleased with and proud of going forward. So I will support it, and at the appropriate time would ask for a recorded vote.
Just to be clear, Councillor Vrbanovich, are you making an amendment to the motion, or that you're just speculating that that's something you'd like to see considered in the future?
So I know that in the report, staff have suggested that the Frederick Street portion we shouldn't be looking at this year because it would lead us to Victoria Street, which is under construction and doesn't make a lot of sense. But I think the Westmount piece is something that I'd like to see included. I don't know if my fellow mover is amenable to that or not. Or
Councillor Galloway.
Madam Chair, I'm all to it to include it, but I think it should be taken separately. There may be other people who want to take other sections separately as well. I'm not sure what others may wish, but I think that should be taken separately. But
okay, so are you?
Well, I guess I'm moving that amendment then.
Yeah, can we put it on the floor as a separate issue later? Let's deal with the main motion and then we'll deal with that subsequently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you amenable to that, Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Okay, so I have Councillor McGarry next.
Thank you very much. And I really do want to also thank staff for putting together a report. And I also want to thank all the individuals that have come forward, and there's hundreds of you, both for and against, but mostly for. As someone who held the Ontario cycling strategy for 2.5 years in the Ontario legislature, I came to know a great many cyclists. I came to know a great many cycling advocacy groups, and I also helped to shepherd some of the legislation through the Ontario government in order to provide more safety and traffic rules to cyclists. So I'm extremely supportive of moving ahead with this proposal right now. I think that for all of the reasons that my fellow councillors have described, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Vrbanovich, this is a time where we can try things out in a way that we weren't able to do before. Traffic is still down, and this is a temporary piloted project. And so this is a time where we can evaluate it in November to see if it's reasonable to send forward for permanent cycling infrastructure. we can look at that point whether the route needs to be changed, and we can look to see if these trial periods actually did connect our cycling network throughout the region as we expected. I know that I really pushed very hard when I was in government in order to, in the provincial government, in order to take some of the proceeds out of the program at the time from sort of the sale of carbon tax, in order to put in. I still really firmly believe that providing for safe cycling routes does get people hopping on their bikes with their families, doing commutes, doing their errands on cycling, getting out and doing their exercise, which is so important right now. And what better time to try it than right now? So this is a unique opportunity in order to move ahead, to try and provide some temporary cycling infrastructure to encourage people that are otherwise afraid to come out and try it. And once you're into that kind of a routine, it's much easier to continue. So I fully support moving ahead right now and then doing that evaluation piece at the end of the pilot project. I also just wanted to add just one more component of this. Cycling is one of the fastest growing tourism sector, at least pre-COVID-19, and does provide economic benefits to those municipalities, especially those with unique downtown core areas, which we have throughout the region, in taking advantage of some of the cycling tourism money, because cyclists that are out on trail rides don't tend to take a hot lunch on their back, don't tend to take those kinds of things with them, and do provide economic benefit to those municipalities that have that cycling infrastructure in their downtown cores. So I will be fully supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGarry. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and I just want to reiterate what I said at committee the other week. COVID-19 has given us a unique opportunity. With the decreasing traffic, staff was able to quickly put together a plan. That's something what it may have taken us years to do. And I literally mean years, and a lot of time and effort. But because of COVID-19, an opportunity came and the door has been opened. And I'm afraid if we don't walk through this door tonight, that it will be many, many years before we get to this point. This is an opportunity, $500,000. People talk about how it's a lot of money. But the money we'll spend in the future years to try and create what we're trying to create tonight will be probably 10 times more than that. I'm going to support this. I have a couple of questions. Number one is at committee, someone asked if it could be done road by road. I don't know if we're not going to do that now. And the second question is, I'm not sure if regional council is the same as township council. Whereas if you hit 11 o'clock, you have to create a motion to go past 11 o'clock. So I'm not sure whether we're the same. And so those were my two questions.
Yeah.
I'll take the easy one first. Yes, we do have a requirement to pass a motion at 10:59 to go past 11 o'clock. With respect to section by section, we are prepared to deal with things on that basis if council wants to move in that particular direction.
Now, the suggestion was not mine. I just remember it from the other day, and I did not know if the person that suggested it would like to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Or if there's a particular road that may not be of greater concern, we could break that road out separately and deal with the others collectively.
Okay, that was just a question. That's the clarification. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris, your hand was up. Are you there?
Yeah, I've got double mute on right now. So can you hear me? I'm good to go? Yes, I think I am. Chair, and I want to thank the presenters on all the matters earlier tonight, including this one, for taking the time. Like all of you, I did receive the calls and many emails, in fact, on all sides of this particular issue. And of course, I want to thank those that took the time to do so. One thing I've learned from my time in both provincial and regional politics is how passionate the cycling community, in fact, is. I will preface by reminding those that I did, in fact, in favor of the Waterloo Region Separated Cycling Pilot Network. Unfortunately, though, as we talk in committee, we don't have much of the data or results yet from that particular pilot. I will say from this conversation with my colleagues, I keep hearing about, this new pilot project, but I will remind everyone that we, in fact, already have a pilot project going on that includes, a fairly robust network of cycling, roads or regional roads within the region already. And I'm most looking forward to obviously seeing those statistics and results once they're through. So just reminding folks of that. Quickly on the survey, because I know the results are what they are, or is what it is. I will say that, I felt that perhaps the survey was put together rather quickly, but, I felt it was missing some critical information that would help respondents perhaps, choose their answers a bit more precisely. In fact, the one that I felt that was missing the most was, in fact, the cost. There was nowhere that I could see from the particular survey, unless I missed it, anywhere in there mentioning the actual cost. If staff want to correct me on that, they're welcome to do so. I will say that, projects like the road reconstruction project on Homer Watson that was recently completed, that I know many in the south end of Kitchener are overwhelmed with joy, both the road, but more importantly, the bike path that was created. I know families, particularly with younger children like my own, are very much enjoying it. I will say my own kids enjoy and love their bikes, but as a parent, at this time, I have no intention of riding with them on our regional road. As Councillor Lawrence earlier stated, regional roads are defined as an arterial road that carries significant amounts of traffic and volume. Obviously, the definition would be these roads are connected to provincial highways and rural settlements, and I don't think they're probably best suited at this time for additional, reduction in lanes to accommodate this significant pilot project. I want to thank Rebecca Harris for helping me with some research with the City of Toronto. I know back in earlier May, Active TO did launch to create significant kilometers worth of cycling infrastructure, temporary that is, but on more quieter streets. And that included quieter streets, but also included the weekend closure of the sections of the eastbound lanes of the lakeshore. I know many families from even here in our region took advantage of, that unique opportunity to ride on the lakeshore or the Indy highway where it was. And I believe that runs until only August the 3rd, and was available from 6 a.m. on Saturday to 11 p.m. on Sunday. I think that was a really worthy project that obviously the City of Toronto latched on to early on during COVID. Therefore, I won't be able to support the staff's recommendation, for the following reasons. The region, as the Chair of Finance, Councillor Strickland reminded Council and those that are on the call, the region will be saddled with a significant deficit this year due to COVID-related expenses. At the time as well, when taxpayers are deferring property taxes, businesses are not able to pay rent and have been closed for months already. Millions of Canadians are in fact receiving the CERB. Now is not the time to spend $500,000 on a temporary project to install pylons, especially when we are seeing traffic volumes return to pre-COVID levels. I realize that the cycling lobby presented a paper, but the staff just simply released that report last week, and in my humble opinion, hasn't broadly consulted with the various stakeholders that will likely be directly impacted. I am going to continue to support long-term investments in trails and, eagerly await the pilot project results from the separated cycling pilot project on moving forward further. So I'll leave my comments at that. I want to thank those that delegated and the staff for doing the report, and I'll leave it for further debate.
Thank you. Councillor Jowett.
Thank you, Chair Redman and Michael. I really only caught every third word there, so I hope I'm not repetitive. I'm not really 100% sure, but I'm kind of struggling, and I'm struggling because I came onto this particular issue with big ears. I really wanted to hear everything because I know that we're in a place where people are stressed, and I get on my bike and I feel better, except now the dog in front of the bike, so I don't ride the bike as much anymore, but I feel like we're asking business to get out there and start up again. So then we're going to kind of, take away a lane. And so then I thought, okay, I'm going to try and look at it under a different construct as best I can. So I took the 24 kilometers of traffic and the 500K, and I did the math, and I thought $20,000 per kilometer. And then I started to go back to the whole, and I'm trying not to go on and on, but I went back to the whole Cambridge Memorial Hospital thing, and I just cannot see, I'm visualizing ambulances driving through barrels and going, this isn't making sense. So I get that we want to get the cash, but I feel like we're being rushed, and I'm not excited about, so if we can do street by street, that might help alleviate some of what I'm thinking, but I think, yeah, like I get it. There are probably places where this would have worked better. I just don't see Coronation Street being one of them. And I want to be practical with what we spend, because I just came through the GRCA, initial town hall and the budgeting. And, quite frankly, I think our levy is going to take a hellish hit, a terrible hit. And I think that part of our job is to say, this $500,000, maybe it's not a ton of cash, but is it something we could do something better with? And I know we have to kind of isolate our funding and how we do it. And I would have really liked to have seen Cambridge Council or staff present a report that said, yeah, we're all in favor of this and we've thought about it, and because that helps me better. Whether we like it or not, Councillor Lorenz is discussing, his issues with certain streets in Kitchener that I don't understand the makeup of those. I try to, and that's why I listen. And I know that, this is geographically, this is where we understand each other's communities just a little bit stronger. And so I don't feel that Coronation is a good place to put something like this. So I'm going to be holding out to see if we can get it street by street. And if not, I just can't support the rushing into and maybe not getting the tier to, provide us a comfort level.
So Councillor Jowett, are you requesting that it be street by street?
I think it would help if we can.
The staff's prepared to do that. You're making that request?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think this is a now or never opportunity. I think I'd like to thank staff for the consultation that they had with all three lower tiers so that our active transportation experts could give input and guidance on this. As we see in the report, permanent infrastructure is anywhere from $350,000 to $400,000 per kilometer. So in this project, we actually get to test 15 times as much length of the money in areas where we already plan to make changes. So even if we learn something about 2 kilometers of the cycling infrastructure, the ROI is already positive, never mind the good benefits that this gives in everything we've heard from delegates. I thought the citizen input was awesome with hundreds of individual stories. These were not just cut and paste, there were individual stories in there. And I think we can thank the people who've presented for helping organize that. And I do think when it's time to vote, we really can't fragment the connected portions. of the system. Maybe there's some way we can portion it out, maybe north and south, but the connected portions, that's important. Having Westmount Road connected to Herb and the Bridgeport sections, that's a connected portion. I can't see separating them. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Jaworski made the point I was going to make. If we're going to take this vote road by road, I'll be voting in favor of all of the roads, because cycling infrastructure is an infrastructure. If it's a street here and it's a street there and they're interrupted, we've been told over and over from the cycling community that for a cycling network to be functional at all, it has to be an integrated network.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm just going to ask, Councillor Zhao, you made the point, and maybe others want street by street, and that might make this whole question moot, but is your real concern about the Cambridge portion? If we separated that out and took the other part as a whole, would you be satisfied that you would be able to express your opinion?
Yes, Madam Chair. As you know, I'm a big believer in community autonomy, and I'm not satisfied that if you could just give us the information or solicit the information, I'd be happier. Can we just defer that one portion?
I think it'd be better if we could either defer it or vote on it, but we'll separate it out, and then if you feel strongly that that's not, or are you putting a motion to defer?
Well, I'm cognizant also that some of my colleagues want to have their voice heard. So if I isolate myself so much, I can also sense that there are others here that are so I feel like that my timing is relevant. So I need to do that secondary out of respect.
So you're not going to move to defer, but you would like it separated out, is what you're saying?
Yes, and I think if you make it, I think it's the timing of this vote that's bothering. I'm feeling a little bit torn because I understand there are other colleagues who aren't as happy with this, and I want to make sure that I'm on record that I'm not happy with it because of this, right?
Okay, so I guess I would offer it up to council. If people do want to take it street by street, we can do that, but Councillor Jowd has specifically asked that the Cambridge portion be voted on separately. Councillor Strickland.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd request that Westmount Road be taken separately as well.
So one section would be King Street, Coronation Boulevard, Dundas from Bishop Street to Beverly Street of Cambridge would be taken separately, as well as Westmount Road from Queens Boulevard to University Avenue, cities of Kitchener and Waterloo. But we would then vote on a block as for Frederick Street, Weaver Street to Lancaster. I thought that one had been taken out. Herb Street to Westmount Road. Do you want that section taken out too, Councillor Strickland?
Sorry,
there's two. They just put up on the screen the different sections. Do you want anything that pertains to Westmount Road taken separately?
Correct.
Okay.
So including the Herb Street on
Sorry?
Road to Caroline Street.
So that would be taken.
So that,
okay.
Do you want me to ask Sean?
He said anything that had to do with Westmount Road.
So just to be clear, Councillor Strickland, are you again including Herb Street from Westmount Road to Caroline Street to be taken separately?
No, I want the Westmount Road from Queens Boulevard.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I see no further speakers. We have had this motion moved and seconded. I know that Councillor Vrvanovich asked for a recorded vote. I'm going to ask if he still wants that with the separated portions. So Councillor Vrvanovich?
Yeah, I think we should, but I mean, with the yes and no, the clerk should be able to see them on the screen and
yeah, they're basically recorded votes anyway.
Just read them out, yeah, and record it in the minutes accordingly.
We'll do the first two.
We're conferring here.
The public can't see the yes, no.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably can't see the yes, no voting.
So Councillor Bravanovich, will hit the yes and no button and then have the clerk read it out rather than do a roll call, because the public will not be able to see the yes and no votes. Does that satisfy your need?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
So what I'm going to do is suggest with the motion that's on the floor, we're reading the entirety, and then I'm going to ask that you vote on the Westmount or the Coronation Street or Coronation Boulevard section first, showing how you want to vote there. You're going to vote then on the Westmount Road piece. We'll see what the vote is there, and then we'll vote on the balance of the motion.
Everybody clear on that?
And then the additional piece, right?
And then there will be a separate motion to come forward for the additional piece.
Okay.
So we have a mover and seconder for the full main motion. And for the first recorded vote, this is for the inclusion of King Street, Coronation Boulevard, Dundas Street from Bishop Street to Beverly Street, Cambridge. So you can vote.
So councillors, please use your check and X to show how you want to vote on this section of the motion.
Jowett, no. Riss. Foxton's not voted.
Can I ask, is this just the Cambridge Street we're voting on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go down here faster. Armstrong. Yes. Clark. Herb. Galloway.
Yes, so the clerk will give the results of the reported vote.
Was asked to be a recorded vote. Chair Redman in favor. Councillor Armstrong in favor. Councillor Clark in favor. Councillor Erb in favor. Councillor Foxton opposed. Councillor Galloway in favor. Councillor Harris opposed. Councillor Jaworski in favor. Councillor Jowett opposed. Councillor Kiefer opposed. Councillor Lorenz opposed. Councillor McGarry in favor. Councillor Nowak in favor. Councillor Shantz in favor. Councillor Strickland opposed. And Councillor Bravanovich in favor. 10 yeses, 6 noes.
So colleagues, the next vote will be on Westmount.
Correct.
So it's the stretch of Westmount from
Queens Boulevard to University Avenue.
from Queens Boulevard to University Avenue in the cities of Kitchener and Waterloo. So colleagues, that's the section we're voting on. Please use your yes and no buttons.
No. So I'll read them out again. Chair Redman, yes. Councillor Armstrong, yes. Councillor Clark, yes. Councillor Erb, yes. Councillor Foxton, no. Councillor Galloway, yes. Councillor Harris, no. Councillor Jaworski, yes. Councillor Jowett, no. Councillor Kiefer, no. Councillor Lawrence, no. Councillor McGarry, yes. Councillor Nowak, yes. Councillor Shantz, yes. Councillor Strickland, no. Councillor Vrbanovic, no. 10-6.
Yes.
Oh, Councillor Vrbanovic, yes. Sorry.
I was just gonna say.
Yep, sorry. So 10-6 again.
The heart was pounding.
You could always correct me.
Tim, can you pull it up?
So colleagues, we're now voting on the balance of the street. Frederick Street, Weber to Lancaster, Herb Street, Westmount to Caroline. In the city of Waterloo, Herb Street from Pepler to Margaret Avenue, 1 Lane Only, city of Waterloo, and Bridgeport Road, King Street to Margaret Avenue, 1 Lane Only, city of Waterloo. So again, use your buttons.
Harris, no. So 11-5, Chair Redman, yes. Councillor Armstrong, yes. Councillor Clark, yes. Councillor Erb, yes. Councillor Foxton, yes. Councillor Galloway, yes. Councillor Harris, no. Councillor Jaworski, yes. Councillor Jowett, no. Councillor Kiefer, no. Councillor Lawrence, no. Councillor McGarry, yes. Councillor Nowak, yes. Councillor Shantz, yes. Councillor Strickland, no. Councillor Vrbanovic, yes. And then I would say you need to vote on the balance of the motion, and we can just do that by hands and be done with it.
My computer just died.
Oh. I'm sorry, Councillor Redman's computer just died.
The joy of virtual meetings.
So Sue was right. It is the same as in North Dumfries.
Good one, Elizabeth. You may want to prepare the motion because it's 10:54 by my clock.
You're slower in North Dumfries. It's actually 10:56.
Oh, hi, Karen. Oh, hi, Tim.
Alarms go off in this building at 11:59, so.
We now have to entertain a motion to extend. So I would entertain a motion by any one of you. Oh, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Would you please use your voting buttons? All those in favor, please. Oh, we need it. What time?
No longer than.
Okay, so we're gonna set it for an hour because that's as long as we can do. Okay. And I don't know how to vote on this, but I'm voting.
That's
this.
fine, it's unanimous.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Thank you, colleagues. So now we're back to the rest of the motion. The motion's passed. So the motion is passed.
So now you have to do that. The main motion.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion. Am I the one that takes down the little yeses?
Madam Chair, could I need to interject.
Sorry, who's talking?
Tom Galloway.
Okay, Tom, would you like to interject? Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I need to ask staff, I believe staff want to add another part to the resolution that has to do with the purchasing bylaw to expedite the purchase of these of the cones or the rental of the cones, as the case may be. So maybe staff could give us the wording of that piece that I think they just contemplated earlier today.
Through you, Madam Chair, what we wanted to add was waive the provisions of Purchasing Bylaw 16-032 and grant full authority to the region's Chief Purchasing Officer to acquire the goods and services necessary to expedite the installation of the approved road space reallocations.
So, Madam Chair, I'm willing to include that in the main and the remaining part of the motion.
And Madam Chair, as seconder, I'll consider that a friendly amendment, and I'm open to that as well. And then I presume after that we'll deal with the remaining piece. Yeah.
That sounds good. Sorry, I'm not sure how to use Tim's machine. So that is a friendly amendment. Do we need it read back to us? That looks like a big no. So all those in favor will please indicate or using your check mark or your X.
Are we recording this?
You guys are fun to watch.
Oh my. The lights are now going off in this boardroom.
I saw that.
It's good lighting. Okay, so it's approved. So that's approved, Polly. Councilor Banovic, do you want to go back to your point?
Yes. So I'll just move a motion for the remaining piece of Westmount as referenced in the report.
And that's moved by Councilor Galloway.
No, I'm moving that.
No, so you're seconded by Councilor Galloway. So I think I have the power to take all the votes down, but I don't know how to do it.
There's a button that says clear vote.
Clear all.
Down one more.
Just a touch lower. There.
Not working. So clearly I am technologically impaired.
Chair Redman, Jeff Lorenz has his hand up.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, I gotta take the votes down first.
Is that you long trying to log in?
No, that's.
Either that or we could each take our own down.
Yeah, we can just take our own down.
Yeah, you know what? That would be really great. Because I have Leanne helping me, and it's still not working. Okay, so now we're voting on the amendment. I would ask you all to use your buttons.
I'd like to make a comment before we do that. I have my hand.
Sorry, Councilor Rentz, go ahead.
So the report was amended for us to read a couple of days ago, and now we're going to put in a whole section of where houses are all front loaded on Westmount Road, and we're not even going to have any consultation. The neighbors, the residents have no idea we're doing this, and we're going to do this tonight. And then in July, we're going to be closing off the lanes along Westmount Road. Like, I just can't believe this. What happened to democracy and consultation? There's tons of people that live along there. It's all front loaded on Westmount Road, and now we're just going to close it off. I just can't believe it. Honestly, never have I experienced this before. So much for democracy.
And I presume this is recorded as well.
Yes. Okay, so again, we will use our buttons to vote, and then we'll read them out.
Your voting is here now, so.
So Tim, are you now taking over again?
No, you're gonna come back here.
Okay.
So is Karen voting, or do you want to just verbally say? Oh, you're
Well,
voting.
I thought I did vote there.
It came down again.
Oops. Yep.
Want me to do this or-
If you're ready.
I think I still hear your earphones.
It's the same people as before. Charlotte. With respect to the amendment, Councillor Redman, yes. Councillor Armstrong, yes. Councillor Clark, yes. Councillor Erb, yes. Councillor Foxton, yes. Councillor Galloway, yes. Councillor Harris, no. Councillor Jaworski, yes. Councillor Jowett, no. No. Councillor Keeper, no. Councillor Lorenz, no. Councillor McGarry, yes. Councillor Nowak, yes. Councillor Sean, yes. Councillor Strickland, no. Councillor Bravanovic, yes. 11-5.
So that vote is carried, colleagues. I now have another computer, so Tim's back in charge, so you can all take a sigh of relief. Thank you. We will now have a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meetings as listed. This is moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Are there any questions? If not, I would ask you all to vote.
It's carried.
That is carried. The next, there is Communications Council received an information package on Wednesday, June the 17th. It was distributed electronically. Does anybody have anything they want to bring forward from that package? Seeing none, we will now have a motion to go into the committee of the whole to consider reports. This is moved by Councillor Kiefer, seconded by Councillor Lorentz. That the council go into the committee of the whole to consider reports. I would ask you to use your voting for yay or nay. That is carried. Thank you, Council. We will now have one motion to accept the finance report items A through K. If anyone has any comments, please raise their hand. Seeing none, these are moved as a group by Councillor McGarry and seconded by Councillor Nowak. I would ask you to use your check marks and X's. That is carried. Thank you, colleagues. The next item is L, and it's a report on the COVID-19 financial impacts updates and 2020 year-end operating budget projection. And I believe Mr. Dyer is going to speak to this. Mr. Dyer?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've provided this update to Council. We last reported, I think, around the end of May, and indicated that at that time, using our financial results to the end of April, that we were that we had experienced a deficit in the range of $3.8 million. So what this report does is it takes that number as a starting point, and based on I'd say a relatively large number of assumptions and estimates, attempts to come up with a range of a potential budget shortfall position for 2020. And as previously mentioned, and as you can see from the summary of the report, that staff's current estimate of our shortfall on the tax-supported budget is within a range of $13 to $17 million. So we continue to experience revenue shortfalls, predominantly on the transit side. We have, put in place a number of measures to offset those shortfalls, but at this point, we continue to anticipate a deficit, again, estimated in the range of $13 to $17 million. We have included in the report, some, suggestions or options that will be available with respect to managing, such a shortfall. In particular, there's an analysis on the tax stabilization, which has, I'll say, an uncommitted balance of about $12.5 million. The recommendation in the report is a reiteration of a resolution that was passed by Council at the end of April to reiterate the request to the provincial and federal governments for emergency financial assistance to help municipalities offset the impacts of COVID-19. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Craig. As always, we know we're in good hands, and while that isn't good news, it's always better to know than to guess. And I think the recommendations are really solid. These are moved by Councillor Shantz and seconded by Councillor Bravanovich. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I would ask you to use your voting buttons.
It's carried.
That is carried, colleagues. Thank you for that. The next report is the library summary. This is moved by Councillor Armstrong and seconded by Councillor Foxton. The summary of recommendations presented by the chair, Les Armstrong. I see no hands for questions, so I'd ask you to use your voting buttons to approve this.
It's carried.
That is carried. You are quick voters, my friends. We will now start a vote to accept the Committee of the Whole summary. Item 1 was dealt with under delegations. This is moved by Councillor Galloway and seconded by Councillor Bravanovich. I'd ask you to use your voting buttons to Cast your ballot.
It's carried.
That is carried. Thank you. We will now start a vote to accept the closed recommendations. This is moved by Councillor Lorentz and seconded by Councillor Clark. Again, I'd ask you to use your voting buttons.
Barry has his hand.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Urbanovich, you have a question.
Well, thanks, Chair Redman. I'm just wondering when we'll be dealing with the one issue out of closed. Will it be here or will it be under the COVID-19 report?
COVID-19. Sorry? COVID-19. Yeah. That would be under the COVID-19 report.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead and vote, colleagues.
Carried.
That is carried. So we have no report from the Chief Administrative Officer, Regional Chair, or the Regional Clerk. So 13 is other matters under the Committee of the Whole, and this is the rapid reallocation of roads, and that was dealt with under Delegations. The Emergency Transition Plan is for our information. There's also authorization of expropriation land. King Street East improvements, and again, that's for information. We now can start a vote on report PDL-LEG-20-31. This is moved by Councillor Jaworski and seconded by
Councillor Lorentz has a question.
Oh, okay, Councillor Lorentz.
Conflict, and I'm not exactly sure where that is, so.
It was under Committee of the Whole.
Sorry?
This conflict was under Committee of the Whole. It'll be voted in the minutes.
Okay, your conflict was under Committee of the Whole, and it has been noted in the minutes, Councillor Lorentz.
All right, I just want, okay, thank you.
Good to check. So this current one is moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Councillor Harris. And there's
Expropriation report.
Sorry.
It's the expropriation report.
Oh, it's the expropriation. I think I already said that. For the Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation appointments.
No.
No, expropriation.
They have to vote on the expropriation.
Oh, we haven't voted, sorry. Councillor Lorentz, you threw me off. Okay, could you please vote on the expropriation?
Sorry.
It's carried.
No. Now we're talking about the Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundations. This is moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Jowett. It's ratifying the appointments of John Plinkett and Barry Martin for a 3-year term. I'd ask you to cast your ballot.
It's carried.
That is carried. I will now start a vote on the report. This is affordable housing and homelessness update. This is moved by Councillor Lorentz and seconded by Councillor Kiefer that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo endorse the current initiatives of the 10-year housing plan and homelessness plan as outlined in the report attached, dated June 24th, 2020.
It's carried.
Thank you, that's carried. Now we have a memorandum of understanding with the City of Cambridge North Dumfries Business Park, grade separated crossing of CP rail by local east-west collector road, City of Cambridge. This is moved by Councillor Kiefer and seconded by Councillor Jowett. I see no hands, so please vote. That is carried. Thank you, colleagues. We will now I will entertain a motion for the Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume. And this is moved by Councillor Nowak and seconded by Councillor McGarry. Please use your buttons to vote.
Carried.
And I'll entertain that the Committee of Whole rise and Council resume. A motion to adopt proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. This is moved by Councillor Strickland and seconded by Councillor Shantz. Please use your buttons to vote.
It's carried.
That is carried. So we have no motions, no notices of motion. Unfinished business. Other business, COVID-19 verbal update. Mr. Murray, you're going to provide a verbal update on this?
Yep, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief, but I wanted to provide an update particularly related to masks. So, since mid-March, regional staff's response to the pandemic has been guided by the advice and guidance of federal and provincial government experts. As the region's services open up and businesses open up, the federal and provincial advice continues to be the same, that people should maintain 2-meter physical distancing, and where physical distancing is not possible, people are encouraged to wear non-medical face masks. So regional staff have carefully considered this advice, especially relative to our transit operation, and I want to advise Council tonight that staff plan to bring a report to the July 15th Council meeting recommending that the region amend our Code of Conduct bylaw to make the wearing of masks mandatory on all Grand River Transit vehicles. The primary reasons for making this recommendation at this time are as follows. As transit ridership continues to increase, it will become difficult, if not impossible, for people to maintain physical distancing on transit vehicles. Therefore, to continue to provide a safe environment, we think mask wearing will be essential. And the Code of Conduct bylaw is an excellent mechanism to implement this because it has a clear and well-defined enforcement mechanism. There's a lot of work to be done to properly put this measure in place, including working with our transit union, providing training to our operators, working with Keolis about ion operations, developing the specific provisions of the bylaw, installing signage, and developing an engagement program, including potential for mask giveaway. At this time, and I want to emphasize at this time, regional staff are not recommending a bylaw requiring mandatory masks more broadly. And there are 3 primary reasons for not recommending a broader mandatory mask bylaw at this time. First, the region has followed the direction and guidance of federal and provincial experts over the course of the pandemic. Currently, the Public Health Agency of Canada is not recommending mandatory mask wearing. In Ontario, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, the Minister of Health, and the Premier are all not recommending mandatory mask bylaws. Staff recommend that the region continue to act consistently with provincial and federal guidelines to avoid creating a confusing patchwork of regulations across the province. The second significant reason for not recommending a mandatory mask bylaw at this time relates to enforcement. And for a variety of legal reasons, enforcement of a mandatory mask bylaw would be difficult, if not impossible, as other communities have already acknowledged. The region's practice has not been to introduce bylaws that we do not have the ability to enforce, as it tends to undermine the credibility of other regional bylaws. And finally, we're concerned that if we have a bylaw that we're not able to enforce, it may cause conflict within the community as people potentially decide to take enforcement upon themselves and to challenge residents who, for whatever reason, are not willing or able to wear a mask. So those are regional staff's recommendations at this time. And always, we're in council's hands if you want to direct us differently. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Deborah Arnold to answer legal questions, Dr. Wong on medical questions, and Thomas Schmidt and possibly Peter Zink for any questions related to Grand River Transit.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Councillor Vrbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redman, and thank you, Mr. Murray. I have some questions for both yourself and Dr. Wong on this issue, because it is one that I think is extremely important in light of the pandemic and in light of the kinds of things we're hearing from the community, both from private citizens as well as from the business community. And my first question to Dr. Wong is, Dr. Wong, is it true that both Health Canada, the CDC in the United States, and the World Health Organization all recommend the use of masks when physical distancing is difficult, but particularly in places like stores and on public transit?
Yes, public health authorities like the Public Health Agency of Canada, the Chief Medical Officer of Ontario, and the US CDC do recommend, as I've been recommending as well, that people wear non-medical masks when they cannot maintain physical distancing with other people, and in particular in enclosed indoor settings and on public transit.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Further to that, it's my understanding that Canada's Chief Public Health Officer has said that communities can choose to make masks mandatory if they choose, and there are a few communities who have done that. Guelph Wellington has done that through their public health unit with a Section 22 order. My understanding is Windsor Essex is going in that direction, and there's also a community in Quebec that's gone with a separate bylaw. Is that correct?
That's what I've heard as well, yes.
Okay. And then the last question I have, and I understand some of the points that you've raised around the Section 22 order, and why, as a regional medical officer of health, you've indicated that that's not the direction you believe we should be going at this time. But is it also fair to say that as a professional, you don't object to a policy decision around the issue of masks, if that was something that regional council were going to consider?
It's a minute.
Yes, I am in support. Oh, sorry.
It's a minute and 21 seconds. It's a minute and 21 seconds.
Okay, I think someone might be on the phone. Sorry. Yes, so I am in support of policies that promote the broad adoption of recommended public health practices. Correct.
Okay.
Such as mask
the
wearing.
next thing, if I can, just very briefly put up a chart that actually looks at some statistics in regards to, because I think it's important for us as a council to understand these. And I looked at the numbers as they're posted on the provincial site with respect to COVID cases and then population figures from various municipalities, and then did a calculation on the cases per 100. Now, I note in that chart that Toronto, Peel Region, York Region, Durham Region, and Windsor Essex are in fact all higher than us. But what for me is somewhat concerning is that we're at 570,000 population roughly are considerably higher than Halton Region, Hamilton, or London in terms of our overall number of cases. And when I look at this, I look that Windsor Essex is going with a bylaw, Guelph is going with a bylaw, and yet even though we've got a fairly high cases per 100, and on top of that have today just announced 11 new cases, that we're not at this point recommending one. And I'm wondering, either yourself or Mr. Murray, if you can sort of help me understand why we wouldn't be striving to be more like Halton, Hamilton, or London in this regard.
Yes, as I mentioned, I am strongly recommending that our residents wear cloth masks when they're around other people and when it's not possible for them to physically distance from other people, especially as I mentioned in indoor settings and on transit. I am, as also mentioned, in support of policies that promote the broad adoption of, the recommended practices. A Section 22 order is a very serious tool that needs to meet a high legal threshold before it is issued. It is meant for situations when the medical officer of health is of the opinion that the risk is high and that the mandatory order is necessary. The medical officer generally also has to demonstrate that they have tried other less coercive means to achieve the desired outcome. A Section 22 class order is one that can be applied to a group or class of people. And, it's also like other orders subject to appeal. If one member of a class appeals and is successful, then the entire order is overturned. So it's important that the tool be judiciously and only when deemed necessary. So I am definitely in support of appropriate measures to increase the wearing of masks amongst our population. I would like to see the vast majority of our community wear masks when they find themselves in situations where they can't physically distance, they're in particular in indoor settings and on transit. For the businesses that have had to reopen, for example, they have had to put in place a number of measures in order to be able to reopen safely. Physical distancing is at the foundation of that, and depending on the specific setting and service, masks may also be required for patrons and for staff. There are, our population as a whole, and has been. Most people have been adopting the recommended public health measures. We have seen significant decrease in the number of cases in our community. That said, we still continue to see circulation of cases in our community, which makes it important that people continue to follow the recommended public health measures, because we are still in a fragile state. And we need people to continue to follow those measures in order to prevent a resurgence of cases. At this time, I am not recommending a mandatory order that would put the onus on businesses, solely on businesses for enforcement, without consulting with businesses first. So that's one of the things that I have said, and I will be consulting, soon with the businesses. Those are some pieces of information that hopefully that responded a bit to your question.
Absolutely, and I see Mr. Murray wants to add something, but I do want to, just before he responds, say I wholeheartedly understand and support your rationale around the Section 22 orders. I think you've done an exemplary job from the beginning of the pandemic to now in terms of looking out for the citizens of our region, and truly do appreciate that. I think where we need to look at this, quite frankly, is from a public policy point of view, from a regional council bylaw point of view, and not in order for the reasons that you've justified at this time. Mr. Murray, you were wanting to respond to me as well.
Well, I was, I think I think Councillor Vanovic, you asked for a comment on the chart that you put up, and maybe if you could just put it back up, I can comment on it.
Yep.
Just a couple of observations. I think what this reflects is cases per 1,000 over the last 4 months, cumulative. So it does not reflect where we are today. And different municipalities are in different places today. And I believe that is why Windsor-Essex is taking the step that they're taking, because their cases today are significantly higher than many other municipalities. And that's why I'm quite conscious about saying what I do, which is at this time, we're not recommending a mandatory mask order. If the circumstances change significantly, then our view might very well change significantly. So I just think we have to be cautious with this. This reflects about 3.5 months of cases. And as we know, circumstances in every municipality are different. I would also say it does not reflect any sort of cause and effect between mandatory masks and cases, because Halton Region, Hamilton, and London do not have mandatory mask bylaws, and yet their cases per 1,000 are quite low. So I'm not exactly sure what we can draw from this, and I would just point out, I think there are 3 municipalities in Ontario out of 440 that have put in place mandatory mask bylaws.
Yep. No, I realize that. Thanks, Mr. Murray. And to be clear, the point I think being made here, that our numbers are considerably higher than those 3 other jurisdictions, and that is why perhaps we should be looking, in fact, at a bylaw. Having said that, if I could finish off with my my questions on this issue. Dr. Wong, you'd referenced the business community, and I know you're planning a dialogue, but today we received correspondence, and in fact, there's an editorial that STSWR, representing the 2 chambers of commerce, Communitech and Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation, have indicated they support wearing masks, and in subsequent correspondence with us said they would support a regional bylaw to that effect. And so I think that's an example of where we are hearing from the business community, because in my conversations with them, the challenges right now that the business community is facing is people are scared to go into some businesses, so they won't. Businesses are in some instances struggling to enforce rules that they would like to see, and so that is a challenge as well. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's an issue and a problem. The last point that I will make is that certainly from a City of Kitchener point of view, where the case numbers are the highest within the region for a variety of reasons, including the fact that the large number of long-term care facilities are here and others. But this is a concern for Kitchener Council, and I think as Regional Council is aware, Kitchener Council would like to see a coordinated collaborative approach as everything else we've done with respect to the pandemic, and we believe that we should be looking at a mandatory bylaw. I think we can explore what enforcement looks like. I mean, even as we look now with the provincial orders, there's been very few fines given. And Mr. Murray, perhaps you can indicate to us, I believe there were, hundreds, if not a few thousand complaints, interactions we've had with people, and maybe somewhere between 20 and 30 fines that we've done in total. Is that correct?
Mr. Murray?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so I think it's an example, not unlike when we've done other bylaws in the past, that in fact, what we should be doing is Seeing this as an opportunity to educate people, generally speaking, want to be good citizens. They want to be caring citizens. And we know that wearing masks, me wearing a mask protects you, you wearing a mask protects me, and together we're looking out for each other. And that's really what it's all about. And this would provide clarity. And so, Madam Chair, I would like to request, in fact, that in light of Mr. Murray's report and coming out of closed session, I'd like to actually suggest that we give different direction than what Mr. Murray is suggesting. And the be it resolved section would say that regional staff be instructed to develop a mandatory mask bylaw within the region of Waterloo, and that such a bylaw be brought forward to regional council at a special council meeting on July 2nd or 3rd for consideration. And that would, recognize that this is a serious issue and not one that should be put off for 3 more weeks. And so that would be what I would like to propose for consideration this evening.
So, Councillor Brbanovic, I would have to say this is news to all of us. We knew that this issue was a topic of conversation, so we would have to get a seconder, and then we would have to have unanimous consent to consider this. I'm looking at the clerk to waive the requirement of the notice of motion, or else this would have to be considered at a subsequent meeting. So hang on a minute, and the clerk will check.
In fairness, Madam Chair, I will state that I requested this to come at the last council meeting. It did come. We dealt with it in closed session. Mr. Murray reported on it. I believe the issue is there. Just because it's not the motion, or the approach that's being proposed by staff doesn't mean that it's not on the agenda and that it's inappropriate for council to be dealing with this.
I'm going to defer to the clerk, so hang on.
While there's a moment of break, I want to say that I'm going to have to sign off very shortly because I'm in a building where the alarm is going to go off at 11:59. So I will sign off, and when I get home, I'll give it 5 more minutes, and then I'll sign off. And when I get home, I'll see if you're still here.
So drive safely between here and there.
So the issue that's on the floor is whether or not a motion of a notice of motion is required with respect to the introduction of the motion that Councillor Brbanovic is proposing. This issue is coming from closed, and it was an item of conversation during that particular activity in which there was a report presented. So what could come from that debate and discussion, and the debate and discussion now, is something other than the direction that is being provided, or the actual topic of conversation that staff is recommending as a go-forward basis. So I think the piece that's probably of the biggest surprise at this point in time is the whole issue around the timing for the issue, as well as whether or not, again, there's appropriate time frame to give notice for the actual passage of the bylaw, which would require provision for some kind of public consultation ahead of that particular passage of any particular bylaw. So there are parts of the proposal that may be deemed out of order, but the whole concept of whether or not a motion can be put on the floor at this point in time is probably within procedures.
Okay, so
clerk is ruling that this is in procedures. This is a new motion. This is a motion that has a timeline. So I guess I would.
Muted, Karen.
Sorry. Oh, I'm muted. So the clerk has deemed that this is not out of order. We don't need a notice of motion, but the issue is the parameters of this, the timeline, and whether or not this is actually achievable is up for discussion. So I would assume, and again, I look at the clerk, do we need a seconder before we discuss this?
So the question is, currently you have a number of speakers in the queue. So whether or not you want to put this motion on the floor now and debate it, or you want to hear from the speakers and then have the motion put on the floor.
Okay, well, the people, this is a surprise motions, not that the
In
topic.
fairness, Chair Redman, it's not a surprise. I spoke of this in caucus.
No, let me finish, Councillor Bravanovich. The details of this is a surprise, and because the speakers were in the queue before you presented this motion, I'm going to take the people in the queue, and if one of them wants to second it, that would be their prerogative. So I'm going to go to Councillor Jowett.
Redman, and I will second your motion, Councillor Bravanovich. So I just want to start with, yes, I'm hearing from business people, they don't want to have to send their customers away because they have to make a choice to wear a mask or not to wear a mask. They want to protect their young adult workers by asking people to wear masks, but they cannot afford to lose any more customers. I've had a parks person spat on from an older individual because they didn't like being told to social distance. So I understand that enforcement is at the heart of all this. I do believe psychologically most people are inherently good and would comply. However, this is my question, Dr. Wong. If physical distancing cannot be done, wear a mask is what I hear you say. What are your concerns for community outbreak and wave 2 if people do not wear masks?
Yeah, if people don't continue to practice the recommended public health measures, physical distancing is a key measure, and when physical distancing isn't possible, wearing of masks can help. Not going to work when you're sick, or not going around other people when you're sick, etc. Those are all important measures. If those types of measures are not followed, yes, there can be a rapid increase in the number of cases. So
I'm asking your expert advice. Do you have a fear? What is your fear if people choose not to wear masks?
Okay, so all right, so I'll talk about a couple of things. First, in terms of the evidence of mask wearing in public places,
I've got
as
it
a
now.
means to as a means to actually affect the spread of disease. So when expert bodies such as Public Health Ontario, the provincial expert body, take a look at the evidence, and when you take a look at other sort of we take a look at the evidence as a whole, there isn't sufficient evidence that points to this mask wearing necessarily being effective in public settings. This isn't surprising because we are in a pandemic, and we this is our first experience with this virus, so we don't have a lot of evidence about this virus. But if you take a look at the state of the evidence right now, there isn't strong evidence for this. That said, we do have, as I mentioned, we do have expert opinion, such as from chief medical officers of health and from reputable organizations that recommend this, and I do for the same reason, because you know, this is something that could help, and that we want to do as a community in order to increase our chances to slow the spread of the virus. So that is why I have been and continue to strongly recommend the adoption of these kinds of behaviors. And I want to work with important partners in the community, such as businesses, to look at policies that businesses can put in place, for example, and that some businesses already have put in place, that can enable their patrons to not only wear masks if there's issues with physical distancing, but also strengthen issues with physical distancing, but also strengthen physical distancing in their settings. Strengthen hand washing or access to alcohol-based hand rub. So there's a lot of things. The businesses have been working really hard, as you mentioned, to open safely and to remain open in a safe manner. There are a number of requirements, that they have to meet, both from the province and also supplemented often by public health locally. So they've put in place those requirements. We know that people in the business settings themselves don't necessarily follow all the requirements that the businesses themselves have to maintain for their business, and so that can be a concern. But there have been businesses that put in place policies in order to strengthen that and to enable that. And that's one of the things that I'd like to see more of, and so that we can change the social norm, so that we can have people do this as a matter of routine.
So I'm asking your expert advice, and I'm being really pointed here intentionally. It's late, and I think we're tired. And I'm asking you, what would you think would happen if people did not wear masks? Because regardless of enforcement or policy or anything else, and I want to also draw your attention to the fact that I keep getting told that the droplets can hang in the air for 8 minutes. So even if you physically distance and you're right behind somebody who has been a moist breather, as we're calling them, the only protection is this mask. So, and I do have to add to that, Dr. Wong, I want to make sure we're not putting you on the hot seat of policy, because I know where your role limits here. I know that you are science and you're medical, and that's why I say to you, what do you think will happen if we don't wear masks at the level with which we are not right now in a community outbreak? And I want to also remind you that Councillor Ivanovic has very clearly shown you that the business community, the 4 greatest organizations with which we give a voice to in economic development, have stood up and said, we want policy here. Said that to us. This is not news. So to me, that's an irrelevant factor. You say you want to go out to the business community, they've come to us already. Get my head around. Imagine they don't wear masks.
So Councillor Jowett, I appreciate your line of questioning. I also appreciate the fact that you're acknowledging that Dr. Wong is basing her advice on science and medicine.
Yeah.
Councillor Ivanovic has provided another avenue to do this. So Dr. Wong has given you her response, and Councillor Ivanovic has provided regional council with a mechanism of doing a bylaw. So, and you've seconded that. We also heard from staff that there are ways that we can amend procedures to have masks on public transit. So I think Dr. Wong is giving you the answer. It may not satisfy you, but I do recognize, and you've already said that she works under scientific outcome and medical advice, and that's her best guidance. So if you have another question, that's great. Otherwise, I think I'll go to the next speaker.
I just didn't feel like I was getting clarity around what she would assume could happen if people didn't wear masks. And that's the question.
Yeah. The current state of the evidence is there isn't sufficient evidence to say that it would be effective in a public setting. There isn't. but there's expert opinion that recommends this, and this is why I also recommend it, and I also want to continue to promote it and increase it and work together with businesses, for example, and all our citizens to enable it more and more.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor Jowett?
No, that's what I was
okay.
looking for.
Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really do understand why Public Health, Dr. Wong, does not want to do an order, and I agree entirely with that position. And I also understand why staff are probably not terribly in favor of a bylaw as well, because of the enforcement piece and how it would be enforced. However, I do support the recommendation that Councillor Urbanovic is forward, and it's imperfect. The order would be imperfect. It's a balance, and I'm coming down on the side of wearing a mask is a good thing. Not wearing a mask is a bad thing. And when I go around the community, and I'm not out an awful lot, but I was on transit on Sunday, it shocked me how few people were wearing masks, even on transit. So I see this as a mechanism to kind of, I won't say maybe shock the public, but as an educational thing, most people want to comply with the law. There are people who may not. I don't think the enforcement is so important. I don't think we should get hung up on the enforcement. Even in Guelph and Dufferin, Wellington, where they have the order, they're not proactively enforcing it. They're not really enforcing it at all. So it is even there more of a public education piece. We've only learned recently, in fact, you might say today for sure, when we discussed it earlier, that we had the ability to pass a bylaw, although this was suspected maybe earlier, and we've had some time to think about it. But I think on balance, and it is imperfect, it's pick which option is worse or better rather, and I think that the bylaw has more positive benefits in terms of compliance and also potentially outcomes what we're looking for. So again, I certainly don't want this to in any way appear to be any kind of a rebuke of staff, public health, or otherwise. I think it's clear that Dr. Wong, every press conference I watch, and I've watched almost all of them, she spends a lot of time talking about wearing masks and all the other precautions in terms of social distancing. But I do think that this would be on a political basis and on a policy basis, I do support this.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. Councillor Clark.
I'm reluctant to put in place a bylaw that is not going to be enforced. I do understand the value of the sort of public statement and the public education piece, but I think what comes along with this is an expectation on the part of the community that it will be enforced, and I think we will hear when it isn't. But that being said, I am hearing from different members of the community that this is something that they want. I don't see it as harmful in any way. I would like, though, to propose, I don't know whether it's an addition to the resolution. I'll leave that in Councillor Urbanovic's hands. My concerns really, I have two main ones. One has to do with the fact that was mentioned earlier that not everyone can wear a mask. People who have asthma, allergies, pulmonary ailments of one sort or another can't. And I would want to see the bylaw. I would like to see that information go out there as part of any public education that we're doing. My other concern is a very practical one, the most vulnerable people in our community, the people who are unsheltered or precariously housed, are the people who've suffered the most from the COVID-related closures that we've already had in our community. I would want us to ensure, or I would ask staff to make a plan to ensure that people who don't have money or means to access disposable masks, because they are not easy to find and they are expensive, or who don't have access to laundry to sanitize or launder cloth masks, won't simply be made by the bylaw to suffer more. How will we ensure that these people have access to free masks so that they aren't getting turned away yet again from the different amenities that the rest of us can enjoy?
So I'm going to have to intervene here and say that we now need another motion to extend for an hour. And this one, colleagues, so I have three speakers. I have Councillor Strickland, Foxton, and Shantz. But I'm going to have to, I guess you can just do a show of hands. Do I have a mover and a seconder to extend for another hour? Councillor Clark, Councillor McGarry. Okay, can you use your voting buttons and vote yes or no? Thirds. I'd also like to note that Councillor Shantz is back in the fold, so she made it home. Good to see you, Sandy. Councillor Urbanovich, do you want to speak to Elizabeth's concern?
Yes, so absolutely. And I mean, my assumption was that, you know, based on the dialogue we had earlier and the work that staff would do between now and then, that the exemptions would apply both for health reasons, children under 2, and other professional advice that Dr. Wong and her team may give in this regard in the crafting of the bylaw. And secondly, you know, I know that even in the recommendations around what's appropriate for a face covering, there's a range of things, and I wholeheartedly support Councillor Clark on this issue. Is I think we need to define what that range of options is, and B, if we were looking at making masks available as well, that would be part of what staff bring back when they bring the bylaw back. So those are both friendly inclusions.
Okay, and I'm going to look, excuse me, to Councillor Jowett, who was a seconder, and say you're in agreement with that?
Absolutely. Every day new solutions come out too, Elizabeth. The mask makers are continuing constantly in both Kitchener and Cambridge. I'd also tell you about the sanitizing machine that's just about ready to hit the marketplace, which sanitizes masks in under 3 minutes. And that's going to be rolled out soon. And yes, exactly the exemptions. My husband has to have an exemption. I understand it. And, you know, I don't think anyone's going to call anybody to question if most of us are wearing them. People are going to go, oh, so that person can't wear one. I like to think that we're on the better side of that. So I appreciate very much your concern.
Councillor Clark, do you have any further questions or comments? Okay. Councillor Foxton.
We can't hear you.
You're on mute, Sue.
There we go. I prefer to look at this as a way of us backing Shulene, because what we're saying is exactly what you're saying, but we're putting a bylaw on it, which means that unitedly, the region has said, you'll do this, and you'll do it because it's the right thing to do. So what we're saying is social distance. If you can't social distance, wear a mask. And we're saying exactly what you're saying, but we're making it a bylaw, not so that we can hire 100 officers or 1,000 officers to go out and find everybody, but because we're saying to the general public that are confused or not sure which way to go, or maybe don't want to bother doing it because it's sort of a recommended wishy-washy type thing that people are saying. We're saying it's not wishy-washy. It is, we want you to do this. And that's what the bylaw is basically saying. And it's not happening. I'm shocked. I go into the grocery store and my own town, and like I only have a handful of seniors wearing them, and the rest of the seniors are walking around without them. And I'm shocked. So the message isn't getting out there. And and we have to maybe come out stronger, and maybe this bylaw is the strength we need behind it. And in our jurisdiction, bylaws are only fined by complaint. They don't go out hunting for complaints. They go by people that have contacted bylaw and said, there's this issue. So I think that's the way we'll probably handle it as well.
Thank you, Councillor
Is it bedtime
Fox.
yet?
Sorry? Councillor Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go with Ontario's Medical Officer of Health, who's not recommending the mandatory use of masks, which has been supported by our own Medical Officer of Health, and also based on the fact that there's not sufficient evidence in place with respect to the effectiveness of masks. I also think that there's a huge issue around compliance and what people are going to do if you put in this mandatory bylaw. And I think that you're gonna pit neighbor against neighbor. You're gonna have public shaming. You're gonna have increased complaints, people phoning, emailing about, this person not wearing a mask. And I just think that it's a far better approach to continue to emphasize through public education what you need to do in terms of the social distancing, in terms of washing your hands, and wear a mask where it makes sense to wear a mask. I think this kind of stick approach to trying to protect the public health of this case is not going to be effective. People aren't listening because when you look at it, we've got 1,300 cases in the region of Waterloo. It's serious. It's a very serious disease. But what we've done so far is pretty well managed the COVID-19 here in the region and indeed right across Canada. So I think from my perspective that you can't ticket your way out of a pandemic. And if you're going to put into place a bylaw and not enforce it, which I'm hearing others say, what's the point? Let's stick with the public education. Let's continue to do what we're doing right now. I think making masks mandatory, I think is going to create more problems than what it's going to solve.
Thank you, Councillor Strickland. Councillor Erb.
Well, it would really be nice if the province solved the problem. However, with consistency, the medical officer of health for the province of Ontario has not recommended the wearing of masks. And we have our strategy all along has been based on the advice of our medical officer of health and on science. As Mr. Murray has said a number of times at this particular time. And so for me, and given the issue that enforcement might entail, I think we're better off taking the advice of our medical officer of health and staff. And while voting with my heart would say we should all be wearing masks, with my head, I don't think I can support the motion of Councillor Urbanovic at this time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erb. I'm going to weigh in and take Chair's prerogative. And Councillor Urbanovic, it's not that you weren't very clear that you're going to bring a motion for it. I didn't realize it said July 2nd or 3rd. So the people that were waiting in the queue weren't aware that, maybe they were, but I wasn't, that this motion was coming forward now. So I would really like to hear from Mr. Murray and from Deb Arnold, just if that's even a doable timeline. I wonder if we're not just setting staff or ourselves up for failure given such a very short trajectory. But Mr. Murray and Ms. Arnold, before I go to you, I see that Councillor Shantz has put her hand up. We will allow her to. Do you have a comment or a question, Sandy?
Yeah, a couple of comments. I thought I had my hand up, so thank you. Thank you for that. Our rates here are very stable. They've been very stable when I look at the graphs, particularly the community rates. And, we're asking people to, as Councillor Urbanovic said, to take care of each other. And I think from a community point of view, I would rather do education, and I would rather ask the community to take care of each other than to hold a stick over them. Councillor Foxton's comment about using the bylaw as a statement. I mean, I guess if we're using it as a statement, I can agree to it, but I don't think that's the purpose of a bylaw. So from my point of view, we should be wearing masks in situations when we can't physically distance. There may be some stores where you can physically distance sometimes. So I think a strict bylaw can be difficult. Now, I apologize for having to miss part of the discussion, but I see that the resolution is actually asking for a bylaw to be written. So I guess it would depend on what that bylaw looked like. But for tonight, I think at this time, I don't think we need to have a bylaw, and I think I'm going to go with the medical officer of health and with what science is saying today.
Thank you, Councillor Schatz. I don't know, Mr. Murray, want to go first and then Ms. Arnold?
Yeah, so maybe just a couple of comments. And, I was quite genuine when I said at the conclusion of my remarks, like, we're in council's hands on this. And so if, council wants to direct us to bring forward a bylaw, we'll do that. I think the timing is challenging, and probably Ms. Fletcher and Ms. Arnold can weigh in on this. I believe we have notice provisions, 21-day notice before we pass or amend a bylaw. We can waive those. And so if council wants to do this quickly, one of the things should probably include is waive the notice provision. I think if we're going to do a bylaw, I'm thinking back to the earlier discussion today about public consultation and, notice. So Deb, I'm going to ask Deborah and Chris whether a more realistic scenario might be, we table a bylaw, release a report with a draft bylaw on July 2nd or 3rd as requested, and that council meets perhaps at a special meeting on perhaps July 6th to consider it. I'm going to ask Deborah or Chris whether that would just be a little bit more feasible.
Through you, Chair Redman. Yes. So, we would work, expeditiously to put together, probably we'd recommend 2 draft bylaws. So one amending bylaw to amend with respect to mass on GRT and ION on the public transit system, and then a draft bylaw to address the wearing of masks in designated public places. So the former, the amending bylaw to the code of use for public transit is I'm thinking a pretty straightforward bylaw that could be drafted relatively quickly. The second one would be require a little more work to draft. So we'd appreciate a few more days. But as Mr. Murray said, we're in council's hands. We will endeavor to do what council wants in terms of timing. And I would defer to Ms. Fletcher in relation to the applicability of the notice policy in relation to consideration of a bylaw of this nature.
Okay, Chris?
So with respect to the notice policy, this would be a large regulatory bylaw and would require 21 days notice in accordance with our notice policy, would require advertising and things of that nature that need to go along with that particular activity. As Mr. Murray has outlined, though, this is a council policy. Council could choose to waive that particular policy if they deemed it appropriate. The clarification that I would certainly want to have with respect to that notice is, whether we're waiving the whole policy with respect to how we circulate, or whether we're only going to shorten the time frame in which we do circulate.
Okay, I hope this one's not dying. I'm off mute now. So I have not seen the proposed bylaw amendment written down. My electronics are all dying, and I've been chairing a meeting. So, Councillor Bravanovich, I haven't read it, and it may be part of your proposal. How do we end this bylaw? Is there a review period? Is this until the end of the pandemic? So that would be a question I would have about anything that we would put into place. Is that included in your motion, or is that something you would want staff to come back with?
So again, thank you for the question, Chair Redman. And my assumption was that there obviously would be an end period, and that would be something that staff would come back with in terms of a trigger. I think that's important. And I'm also amenable to the timelines that Mr. Murray indicated. I think we need to keep it, reasonable for staff, but we also need to look at it in the context of that we are in the midst of a declared emergency. And there are actually two methods to do this. I mean, you could come out tomorrow and declare an emergency order doing this, but you wouldn't, and it wouldn't be advised because staff need to do the homework on it. And I think it's more important that council look at this and address this. And this also does give the community an opportunity to respond if they feel that they want to between now and when we deal with it. And as Mr. Murray indicated, if the document comes out towards the end of next week and we have the meeting, in the early part of the following week, I think it still is moving it along in a reasonably timely manner, but also helps ensure that that we're not rushing it too much. So I'm certainly amenable to that, as well as the assumption that staff will look at those kinds of things like you've identified in their report.
Can you comment too on the notice period? Had you thought about that at all? Obviously, there's a sense that you want to expedite this.
I did, and obviously, I mean, we're in a declared health emergency. I mean, we're to hold on for 3 weeks for that to happen. I don't think would be advisable.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting 3 weeks, but any kind of circulation time.
Yeah, I think the kind of timelines that Mr. Murray talked about are
Okay, I've got Councillor Foxton and then Councillor Jowett. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, the chair. So are we voting to move forward with the bylaw tonight and then they bring back the bylaw in July?
Right.
Because, okay, so that's what I thought. Now, the bylaw we're voting on is the one that you're proposing, correct, Barry?
Yeah, the concept of a bylaw, the details of which staff would bring back based on all the feedback that we've provided. I mean, that's typically how we would deal with something. I mean, we deal with the policy principle, and then staff would come back with a bylaw at a subsequent date.
Okay.
So sorry, I don't know. Have you seen it written down? Because
yes, I have. I did see it.
I can put it back on the screen if you want, Chair Redman.
Oh,
no, I have a copy now. The clerk got me one.
I'm just concerned that we're going to get staff to do all this work on the bylaw and vote on it later. But I hear inklings in the background that this may not pass. And that's just, we have to do the vote to find out.
Right.
Thank you.
Councillor Jowett.
So I don't know how to broach this, but we do have a change in staffing too. So I mean, should we, like, I guess I come from HR, so I'm thinking, should we ask Bruce Lochner what his thoughts are around this as well? Is that inappropriate?
Yes, that's inappropriate. You have one CAO at a time. Bruce doesn't start until July 27th.
All right.
So, colleagues, we have a motion before us that has been moved and seconded. It is in order, and it is, I don't know, Councillor Bravanovich, if you want the last word, but basically it's asking regional staff to develop a mandatory mask bylaw within the region of Waterloo, and that such bylaw will be brought forward to a regional council at a special council meeting July 2nd or 3rd for consideration. Is that correct? Or we're now talking about the 6th?
No, we're now talking about the new dates that Mr. Murray suggested, so it would be circulated by the end of next week, and the council meeting would be the early part of the following week.
Yeah, 6th or 7th. We'll canvass council for a date.
Okay. So that is the motion before us. I see no further speakers.
Recorded vote.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Okay, can we do the recorded vote the way we did earlier? So when people use your X's and checks. Oh no, Chris wants to do verbal. Hang on.
Why?
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 Chair Redman,
In favor.
Councillor Armstrong,
In favor?
Councillor Clark,
In favor.
Councillor Erb,
Opposed?
Councillor Foxton,
In favor?
Councillor Galloway,
In favor.
Councillor Harris,
Opposed?
Councillor Jaworski,
I declared a conflict.
right, sorry, Councillor Jowett,
Favor.
Councillor Kiefer,
In favor.
Councillor Lawrence,
Opposed.
Councillor McGarry,
In favor.
Councillor Nowak,
Opposed.
Councillor Shantz,
Opposed?
Councillor Strickland,
Opposed?
Councillor Bavanovic,
In favor.
6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing, Leanne?
Dave, he's conflict.
Dave's got a conflict.
Conflict. 9-6. So it's carried.
So it's carried, colleagues.
Thank you.
Can we go home now?
Well,
No?
Oh, wait a minute, I am home.
well, some of us aren't.
Confused.
So are we going to have a 1-minute ION video?
Thomas Schmidt said no.
Oh, Thomas said no?
Through you, Madam Chair, I suggested that given the time of night, that we'll bring it forward to our next meeting and you can view it then.
Morning.
Is it really, is it off the table? It's only a minute, isn't it, Thomas, or are they lying to me?
It's really only a minute, but I think everyone's probably pretty tired at this point.
Do you have it set up to go?
I am ready to go. I'm retired for ION.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go because this is a good news story.
It's like missing your kid's first birthday.
Can't do that. We have to see it.
Or not.
everyone, and thank you for riding ION.
Yay. Such a good news story. So I have one additional other piece of business. Mike Murray's last day as our CAO is July the 10th, 2020. He was scheduled to retire this past May, but Mike has stayed on past that date in order to continue to lead us in a positive direction as we navigate the challenges of Black Lives Matter bike lanes, pandemic recovery, and the issues around mandatory mask wearing. I ask us all to contrast how different the atmosphere of dealing with this pandemic was in May and our present situation. Mike has come to work every day of his tenure as CAO to do the best things for our community. He continues to give his entire attention to the needs of council and staff. While leaving at his announced date has always been his option to choose, Mike has put the welfare of the region and our council needs ahead of his personal desires. Mike, on behalf of the council, I offer you our gratitude. I promised I wouldn't get choked up. And our appreciation for an outstanding career of leadership, vision, and dedication to the people we all serve. And it is now my pleasure to announce a decision that was made by the Jack Young Committee in appreciation of Mike Murray's contributions to the region as CAO for 15 years. We will now start a vote to rename room 224 at regional headquarters, 150 Frederick Street, Kitchener, be named the Murray Room in honor of Mike Murray, retiring Chief Administrative Officer of the region of Waterloo. This is moved by Councillor Galloway and seconded by Councillor Foxton. I would ask you please to use your vote buttons. This man's getting balloons.
Wonderful.
And it was really important that we did that ion because Mike was so happy when the ion got launched. Good job, Mike.
I'm uncharacteristically speechless, but I'm also kind of conscious of the time. And this was supposed to be my last council meeting. And it's not. So, but I did have a few things that, if it's appropriate, I might just take a few minutes. I won't take very long because I know it's really late, but you know, these opportunities only come along once. So I did have about a half an hour speech prepared. I kept paring it down over the course of the evening as things dragged on and on. But I do want to say just a couple things. And first of all, this was not in my script, but back when you had grade 9 bring your kid to work day, I brought Jean to work, and Jean shadowed me around for the day. And at the end, I said, you know, what did you think of the day? And she said, Dad, you guys sit a lot and you talk a lot. So getting a meeting room named after me, like that's iconic. I have to tell Jean that. She'll be impressed. But so just a couple of comments, if I could. I started with the region of Waterloo almost exactly 28 years ago on July 6, 1992. And it has been an absolute privilege and an honor to work for the region over that time and to serve as your CAO since 2004. Although it's been a roller coaster at times, especially over the last 4 months, it's been immensely gratifying to help shape the growth, development, and evolution of our community over the years. I want to take this opportunity, because it only comes once in a career, to say huge thank yous to the many people and groups that I've had the pleasure of working with on our community building journey over the years. First, a big thank you to you and all regional councillors over the years for your commitment to making our community a better place, for your ability to look to the future, and for your willingness to make those sometimes difficult decisions that serve the long-term interests of everybody in Waterloo region. I want to say thank you to the 2 regional chairs I've had the pleasure of working with. Chair Sealing and Chair Redman are 2 of the finest regional chairs in the province. They provided tremendous guidance and advice to me over the years, and they consistently demonstrate great integrity. They treat everyone with dignity and respect, and they continuously focus on what is best for everyone in Waterloo region now and into the future. So Karen and Ken, thank you to you. I also want to thank the many community partners that I've been privileged to work with and learn from. This community has a unique spirit of collaboration, and many of our significant successes and accomplishments have come through partnerships with the region, the area municipalities, our post-secondary institutions, the private sector, and our amazing not-for-profit sector. And finally, my biggest thank you goes to the corporate leadership team and to all of the thousands of regional staff that I've had the absolute privilege of working with over the years. Thomas, Craig, Jane, Rod, Douglas, Ann and Shu Lee, thank you for the leadership that you continue to provide to your departments and to the whole organization. We have an amazing team of dedicated public servants, a team who exemplify our organizational values every day, and a team who are committed to making this community the very best place it can possibly be. So to all the staff, I want to thank you for all of your advice, your support, and your incredible hard work over the years. And I just want to close with a quote that someone shared with me when we were in the midst of the ION debates. And it goes like this: "The future is not some place we are going, but one we are creating. The paths are not to be found, but made. And the process of making them changes both the maker and the destination. I wish all of you the very best as you continue to guide this wonderful community and this tremendous organization into the future. So thank you all. And have a good night. What's left of it.
Yeah, we're not done yet, buddy.
All right.
I don't know if I mentioned it, but actually it was a unanimous support for renaming room 224 after you, Mike, and it's
I
nice.
voted for a washroom, but I mean, you know.
And that was the brainchild of Jane Albright. So Jane, hats off to you for coming up with a great solution. I will now entertain a motion to enact of the bylaws first, second, and third readings. This is moved by Councillor Erb and seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Would you please all use your voting buttons? Sue, are you shocked or are you yawning?
That was a yawn.
Are we good? Yes, it's carried. So that is carried, and colleagues, we're now going to have the toughest vote of the evening. And that's a motion to adjourn, and that's moved by Councillor Foxton and seconded by Councillor Clark. If you would please use your buttons. I dare any of you to say no. Yeah, Jaworski says no.
I learned a long time ago to never dare Jaworski.
Night, folks. Is this a pajama party?
I'm still at the office. There's no pajamas here.
No.
I gotta go to my mom's place and put her in bed, so.
Good night, guys.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Mike.
Everybody.
Thank
Good
you,
night, everybody.
Mike. Take care.
Bye.